Chapter 261, Chapter 259. It was all Beru's scheme, from the moment Suho received Kamish's wrath as a reward. From the moment Sung Jinwoo's main weapons, the daggers, were finally held in Suho's hands. Beru began to pester Yujinho as if he had been waiting for this all along. Dagger! 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 By any means necessary, find runestones related to daggers and bring them to me. But Yujinho, who was suddenly grabbed by the collar, was no longer the young boy who used to cower before the shadow ant. Leave it to me. I'll make it happen somehow. He met Beru's eyes with a dependable adult's gaze and asked, "So, what were my brother's skills?" The ruler's authority and the shadow power were obviously impossible, but other skills could be learned as long as they had the runestones. Only Sung Jinwoo and Sung Suho were irregular. It was an everyday routine for all hunters on Earth to search for runestones. There was no other way to become stronger. As such, it was only natural that the price of runestones skyrocketed. Depending on the value and rarity of the skill, the price was literally whatever the seller asked for. Skill, slaughter. This was a top-tier skill that only a few assassin-type hunters in the world possessed, and its value was even higher than that of stealth. Items like this were never released on the market in the first place. It was much more profitable for the hunter or guild leader who obtained the runestone to learn it themselves than sell it. But learning just any skill without careful consideration was an astronomical loss. It was common sense that assassin-type skills were best utilized by assassin-type hunters. Therefore, it was standard practice to keep runestones in the guild vault until the right person for the skill was found. And Yujinho managed to rummage through their vaults to find what he wanted. No, let's rephrase that. He squeezed them until he found it. I told you, if you squeeze them enough, it will eventually appear. Yujinho's dependable and wicked voice was still vivid in his ears. He's grown up well. Beru muttered with a sinister smile, implying various things. And he looked ahead. Using skill, slaughter. Slash, 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 slash. Suho's two daggers were mercilessly slashing at the enemies. The speed gradually increased until it was impossible to follow them with the naked eye. Whiz! 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 Black trails filled his vision. Following those, the high elves' bodies were being mercilessly cut down. Can you see, my king? Beru's voice echoed faintly at that sight. Krah! It was simply beautiful. The screams of the high elves erupting here and there resonated like an opera. Crackle! Bzzz! The thunderbolts striking down from above their heads were like the sound of an angel's trumpet. Flare! Whoosh! Whoosh! Beautiful Elvenwood instantly turned into a sea of fire with the flames of destruction. Has been defeated. Has been defeated. Has been defeated. Blessing. Blessing of gluttony amplifies experience points. Level up. Beru burst into laughter at the sight of the fierce battlefield, where all these elements intertwined, resembling a majestic requiem. Can you hear, my king? He called, hoping his voice would reach Sung Jinwoo in outer space. Behold, your son is following the path you walked. For Beru, all of this was a prayer and a ritual offered to the king he served. Skill, slaughter, was Beru's offering for Sung Jinwoo, not Sung Suho. Just then, twitch. Beru's antennae twitched, and his eyes stared intently somewhere. Found it. It was natural for battles to occur during a war, but it wouldn't do to forget the initial objective because of being engrossed in the fight. The energy of the outer gods. Battle was one thing, but Beru hadn't forgotten why Suho set foot in this suspicious city, the fundamental cause that turned this area into a field-type dungeon. As Elvenwood burned, the location of the energy previously hidden by the forest and trees was finally found by Beru's senses. My liege, I found the gates. I can sense 3 gates underground. Someone reacted to Beru's shout before Suho. How dare you? Forrest grit his teeth while stretching out his arm, half severed by Suho's dagger, and wrapped it around the neck of another high elf burning and screaming beside him. Crack! Like plucking an apple from a branch. Forrest lightly snapped his fellow elf's neck and pulled off his head. And then something amazing happened. Whoosh! The spirits erupted like a fountain from the neck of the headless high elf. Like when you shake a cola bottle and open the cap, countless spirits gushed out explosively and began to swirl around Forrest's body. Crackle! Crackle! Then, the other high elves fighting Suho began to follow suit. They tore apart the bodies of their comrades that were damaged by his attacks and absorbed the spirits inside. Grah! Then, at an astonishing speed, the high elves' bodies began to grow and swell. They now looked like giant trees only resembling elves. Oh my God! It might have seemed like a beautiful sight at first glance, but not to Circa, who was an elf. To her, it was horrifying to the point of nausea. It's not just one. How many spirits are inside each body? Huh. Young elf, why are you so scared? Didn't you know this was the relationship between you elves and us? Forrest's smile as he looked down at the terrified Circa was grotesquely distorted. It was chilling for a fellow elf. That's not an elf. They were something imitating elves. Now she understood. They didn't need eyes in the first place. Countless eyeballs were already crammed inside their bodies, peeking at the world outside. So many that they would spill out even with a small hole. That's a high elf? If that horrifying thing was a high elf, she would definitely decline. Circa shuddered as she recalled her desire to become a high elf, even for a moment. Suho, these guys are a collective of spirits. They're much worse than the ice golems we saw in the Echo Forest. How dare you compare us to mere ice golems? Crash, was he offended by Circa's words? Forrest's giant hand tore through the wind and fell vertically from the sky. Bang! The hideous palm, filled with the eyes of countless spirits, struck Circa as if swatting an insect. But fortunately, there were two shadow soldiers who rose before her just in time. Is that all you have? Easy. Greed and Iron, armed with large shields and full-body armor, stood side by side and blocked Forrest's palm. Circa's eyes widened at their dependable backs. For reference, they were the high priest and priest in the cult of the outer gods until recently. The sight of the high elves devoured by spirits felt a little different to them. It's quite novel that they thought of embedding star pieces in their eyes. Does this make them see something different? Maybe they can see the outer gods directly in exchange for losing their sight? Krah! As Forrest's size grew even larger, tremendous pressure bore down on Greed and Iron. Circa, freeze him! The ice elf, startled by Suho's sudden shout, activated her blessing of frost. Whoosh! Crack! A blizzard raged, freezing Forrest's hand and arm solid, and Suho, who flew over the frost-covered limb, struck down with his dagger. Crack! Shatter! As the weapon, blazing with heat, collided with the rapidly frozen wood, Forrest's arm broke off. It's useless. Whoosh! At that moment, countless spirits erupted from the broken arm, shouting in unison and attacking Suho's body all at once. Elvenwood Forest burned and lightning struck everywhere. But, for some reason, they were still smiling. We! Do not die! Whoosh! Suho! Chahayan, still fighting the trees, shouted urgently and rushed towards her son being swallowed by the numerous spirits. My liege! Beru also flew towards Suho in dismay, and at the center of it all, the spirits whispered in Suho's ear in unison, Did you say they might be able to see the outer gods if they embed outer gods' stones in their eyes? They were mocking Greed and Iron's words. Can't you think of the opposite case? The opposite? Don't tell me. Suho realized an important fact at those words. Don't tell me the outer gods are seeing this side through your eyes. Whoosh! At that moment, the spirits scattered in all directions and attacked Suho. Flare, the black-red shadow that was engulfing Suho's body, repelled them, and the spirits immediately changed direction and chose an alternative. Circa, the bloodline of Silad, the king of the Ice Elves. Young elf, we'll give you a chance. Become one with us. Whoosh! Circa's pupils dilated. Her body froze as all those grotesque things rushed towards her. But then, what came out of Suho's mouth as he desperately reached out to Circa wasn't her name. Silad, at that moment, skill unknown, is activated. Flash! Suho's mind fell as he barely managed to grab Circa's hand. Distant darkness, or somewhere in the light. His mind was trapped in a storm raging within. But even as he was tossed around in that storm, Suho simply closed his eyes peacefully. Long ago, the Ice Elf warriors who participated in the Monarch Wars were always accompanied by the blessing of the Ice Spirits. A voice reached Suho. When a bow or any weapon was held in their hands, all their attacks were imbued with the curse of the frost. Silad? He finally realized the identity of the voice. He succeeded. This was the world of the King of the Snowfolk, the Monarch of Frost. Those hit by our arrows would have that part frozen, and those cut by our blades wouldn't bleed, but a chilling and cruel coldness would penetrate their blood vessels through the severed part. But Suho still had his eyes closed, and Silad wasn't visible. Only his calm voice was telling him an old tale. As those attacks accumulated, the opponent would eventually freeze to death. Everyone feared us, but this was only the story of elf warriors who used spirit magic. On the other hand, the fate of the elves devoured by spirits was miserable. Suho suddenly recalled. He had already fought elves possessed by spirits in the sanctuary on the island of Facade. Essel clicked her tongue as soon as she saw them back then. What a sight! Snowfolk devoured by ice spirits. Just how weak were they in life? Elves, whose specialty was spirit magic, were devoured by spirits instead of controlling them. It was truly an absurd situation. But now the circumstances were quite different from back then. Silad's voice continued. At least the high elves of Elvenwood here weren't devoured by spirits because they were weak. Rather, they must have accepted the spirits by choice to become even stronger. Suho, trapped in the storm, finally opened his eyes. He could see Silad beyond that. Perhaps their original goal was to accept the primordial darkness into their bodies, not the spirits. That's the only way to become a monarch. But to do that, they would have had to find where the primordial darkness was first. Silad's expression as he looked at the storm engulfing Suho seemed a bit bitter. No matter how he looked at it, this wasn't normal spirit magic. Star pieces? To embed such suspicious things in their eyes, even those idiots wouldn't do that. Some guys must have tricked or forced them. Whoosh! As Silad stretched out his hand, a white wind swirled and seeped into the storm, engulfing Suho. And as Silad clenched his hand again, someone's will, swept away in that storm, bloomed into a small ice flower. Silad clicked his tongue as he looked at that pathetic ice flower. It's been a while, Forest, my tenacious nemesis. As no answer came, Silad's expression gradually filled with anger. Speak. Who are the ones who put you in this fishbowl and raised you? Chapter 262. Chapter 260. Was he unwilling to respond, or was he not in a state to answer? No reply came from Forest's soul, which had already become an insignificant ice flower. You may not answer, but I need to know. Silad reached out and grabbed the ice flower with a fearsome expression. Even if I have to squeeze it out of your soul. Whoosh! A frosty wind blew from Silad's mouth. King of the Snowfolk and the Monarch of Frost uses skill, Ice Flower Illusion. Ice Flower Illusion. Silad's spirit magic that showed Suho the image of Cha Hyin in the Tomb of Berserk Dragons. That chilling wind now wrapped around Forest's ice flower like a rope. And then a system message appeared before Suho. Ding! Calling forth the traces left on the spiritual body. Do you accept? What's this? Silad's firm voice reached Suho as he looked at the message. Accept it quickly. This insignificant guy, despite his appearance, was quite strong among the high elves who competed with me for the position of monarch. The fact that he ended up like this is no trivial matter. Traces left on the spiritual body. Are you trying to peek into his memories? Yes, even though I'm dead, I can still exert this much power against the elves I once ruled. Frost, an aura emanating from Silad, the dignity of someone who was once a monarch of a dimension, was overwhelming. Seeing that dignified appearance, Suho's gaze naturally shifted to his side. He and Silad weren't the only ones in this world. The successor personally chosen by him, Circa, was also dragged here alongside Suho. Whoosh! Circa was trapped in transparent ice, her eyes closed peacefully in this chaotic storm. It was as if the flow of time for her had frozen along with the ice. Don't worry, I temporarily froze her, so she'll be safe for a while. The target of this storm of spirits wasn't Suho, but Circa. It was their alternative after failing to take over his body. But from the spirit's perspective, Circa would be a much more suitable vessel than Suho. She was an elf, the same race as the High Elves who were their original hosts, and her bloodline was even directly descended from the previous monarch, Silad. Circa can't handle this quantity of spirits yet. The moment the ice breaks, she will be devoured by them. Accept it quickly. Silad urged Suho. The answer was already obvious. Accept. As Suho nodded, a mirage-like illusion bloomed from the ice flower that Silad was holding. Whoosh! Huh? Suho regained consciousness in a beautiful forest, no longer tormented by the storm. The air was fresh with the scent of grass and flowers, and the ice flower illusion had painted a new scene. Elves frolicked peacefully amongst the trees and beautiful wooden houses, adding to the idyllic illusion. And the last thing that appeared was a giant tree standing tall in the middle of the forest. Suho muttered as he looked at it. Elvenwood? Yes, this is the Elvenwood where I used to live. Silad's face suddenly appeared in the air, accompanied by a chilling blizzard that swirled around Suho. He looked around the forest with a nostalgic expression and muttered, Originally, Elvenwood was the name of that tree you see in the middle, and we elves were nomads who lived around it. Suho tilted his head. There was a contradiction in those words. Lived around the tree? If you're nomads, shouldn't you be moving around? We move around after the land becomes barren. Becomes barren? What do you mean? Watch. We'll begin soon. Shh. A chilly wind blew through the forest as Silad finished speaking. Time seemed to accelerate, and the seasons passed rapidly before his eyes. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. The once beautiful forest became desolate. The vibrant leaves withered and fell, leaving bare branches behind. The elves' clothing grew thicker as the temperature dropped, reflecting the harshness of the changing environment. Whoosh! What remained was a bitter cold. But even then, there was still something that hadn't changed from the beginning. It was Elvenwood. Elvenwood is a spirit tree that provides the optimal environment for elves to live in. Near it, the strength of the spirits increases, and so does the power of elves' spirit magic. But nothing in the world was eternal. There was no such thing as an inexhaustible power. Elvenwood absorbs all the nutrients around it, and when they are depleted, whoosh, it consumes the elves as nutrients. Gasp! A scream rang out. Elvenwood, which was becoming gaunt due to lack of nutrients, suddenly extended its roots and began to attack the elves. Suho frowned. It's a friend to the elves when the land is fertile, but when nutrients are scarce, it consumes the elves as emergency food? Emergency food. That's an appropriate expression. Silad muttered bitterly. Yes, that's right. I don't want to admit it, but we elves might have been raised as nutrients to be consumed by Elvenwood from the beginning. The elves were dying tragically before his eyes. With Elvenwood's sharp roots piercing their bodies, they were withering away, having all their nutrients stolen. Even the spirits don't help us in these moments. Spirits are friends of the elves? Heh, those who spout such nonsense are one of two things. Silad's eyes flashed with anger. Either young elves who have never experienced this, or the spirits themselves. Yes, Russell, the corpses of the elves who withered and died from having their nutrients stolen were getting up again before Suho's eyes, like zombies. The spirits target the lifeless, nutrient-depleted bodies of the elves that have been consumed by Elvenwood. Due to our close relationship, the corpses have a strong affinity for them. To use spirit magic, one needed a high affinity for spirits. Conversely, this meant that a corpse of such an individual was the perfect vessel for spirits. And Suho saw. Just like with Forrest, question marks appeared on the name tags above the elf zombies. Now I understand. He finally realized. Perhaps those question marks meant that the system couldn't identify them. They had already become something that was neither elf nor spirit. And even at this moment, others were competing to enter those shells, pushing aside the spirits that had already settled in. Since their essence is constantly changing, they can't be named. Name. Come to think of it, you humans seem to call us ice elves, white ghosts. Silad stroked his chin and muttered at Suho's words. In that sense, it would be appropriate to call those guys corrupted ghosts. Ding. At Silad's words, the question marks that were their names changed to corrupted ghost. But what did it matter what they were called? Names didn't matter. What was more important was the purpose of those corrupted ghosts. Grah! The zombie elves, taken over by the spirits, moved sluggishly and began to slaughter all living creatures they could see outside the withered forest, and they dragged the corpses back to Elvenwood. Are they bringing nutrients for the Elvenwood themselves? Yes, it's the so-called symbiosis, a relationship where they use each other for their own benefit. In fact, we elves are the same. Look at that. Come to think of it, not all the elves were annihilated and turned into corrupted ghosts. Where Silad pointed, Those who survived by avoiding Elvenwood's rampage were desperately escaping, and Suho spotted Forest among those survivors, running away in a panic. Since this illusion itself was a mirage that came from his memories, the scene of Forest escaping among the elves scattering and running away wasn't why Suho was surprised. All the surviving elves running away in a panic had fruits in their arms. Those fruits, don't tell me? Yes, they're the fruits of Elvenwood. More precisely, they're seeds. Are they trying to grow Elvenwood again after all this? That's why I said it's symbiosis. Scyllad was also looking at Forest's back with a bitter expression. No matter what, elves need Elvenwood to survive. Same goes for the spirits. At least until all the nutrients in the area are depleted, Elvenwood and the spirits pretend to be friends of the elves. Forest, who managed to escape Elvenwood's rampage, arrived at a new land. He found the most fertile ground, dug into it, and planted the fruit. As he performed spirit magic there, a new Elvenwood sprouted. That shoot quickly absorbed the fertile nutrients growing rapidly, and a new elf village was born around it. Suho nodded. So that's why they're nomads. Yes, to grow Elvenwood, they have to constantly wander in search of fertile land. Meanwhile, time passed quickly in the illusion. The new home they obtained after much hardship quickly withered again, and the same situation repeated. Elvenwood attacked the elves, corrupted ghosts were born, and Forest once more escaped with a fruit in his hand, searching for a new land. And once again, he planted Elvenwood in fertile land. While watching this whole series of events, Suho suddenly became curious. But Scyllad, why can't I see you? This whole illusion was Forest's memory. And Forest said he once lived and competed with Scyllad, but why couldn't he see Scyllad among all these survivors? You're asking why you can't see me among the survivors? It's only natural. Scylad's lips curled up at Suho's question. That expression was clear confidence. Because I didn't run away. What? Scyllad answered proudly. I am the only high elf who didn't run away from the rampaging Elvenwood. That is why I, Scyllad, am called King of the Snowfolk and the Monarch of Frost. Whoosh, a gust of icy wind blew just in time. Friends with the spirits? Scyllad scoffed and grinned, revealing his teeth. The one who rules the spirits, that is the monarch. Chapter 263, Chapter 261, whoosh! The ice flower illusion erased Forest, and now Scyllad began to paint very old memories before Suho's eyes. It was a newborn baby. That's me. It was Scyllad in his very young age, sleeping soundly in the arms of an adult elf. And that's my mother. Behind them, the towering Elvenwood was ominously wriggling its branches. Scyllad gazed at the hideous monster disguised as a peaceful tree and muttered softly. Since when? Even before I was born, we elves were already being raised by the Elvenwood. This memory was a very painful one that Scyllad still carried, even in death. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. The 4 seasons that the elves experienced weren't a single year. Sometimes they were short, sometimes they lasted for decades. But there was always an end. Even peace that seemed to last forever eventually met winter. One day, a blizzard raged through the barren forest where the fertile land had dried up and even the leaves had fallen. As always, the year of harvest came suddenly. Ka! Run! Winter is always sudden. The year of harvest. The day when Elvenwood began to harvest the elves it had raised. I was still young. Suho, watching the illusion, saw Scylad's expression. He was facing the memories with pained eyes. Whoosh! He could still see it vividly, even with his eyes closed. The blizzard, his mother desperately running across the frozen snowfield. He was just a baby, held tightly in her arms. Scyllad looked at his younger self, staring blankly at his mother's urgent face from the warmth of her embrace. And stab! Even as those hideous thorny roots pierced her back, his mother's trembling hands desperately handed him over to another elf. You, at least you, her last words as she was dragged back to Elvenwood by the corrupted ghosts. Her sorrowful eyes, smiling faintly as she looked at her child, who was getting further away in the arms of another elf. Still muttering towards him, her vision fading. Live, at least you, live. All of that was still vivid in Scylad's memories. Even now, in this moment of eternal rest in death. That is the last image I have of my mother. Whoosh! Time passed quickly in the illusion. Scyllad, the baby who lost his parents and barely survived, entrusted to the arms of other survivors, was there. The young elf, who witnessed all that tragedy with his own eyes, settled peacefully in a new village with other adults, carrying all that despair in his memories. A new home, within the fence of a newly sprouted elven wood. Silad gradually grew into a boy, and then a young man. He made friends, Forest among them. Silad learned spirit magic and hunting with his companions, and competed with them for the position of the village guardian. Looking back, it was peaceful. The bright weather, the fresh scent of grass, every second was peaceful. But even in all those moments, Silad's friends never once saw him smile. It was as if he didn't know how to. It was only natural. His mother only told him to live, but she left without telling him how to. "Did you know?" Silad muttered beside Suho. "Sometimes a bloody battlefield is better than a miserable peace." Silad was staring at the illusion he created with fierce eyes. Krah! Winter had come. Peace was over, and the elves were dying once again. The survivors fled in a hurry. Why? Forest was crying out among them. Why must we suffer like this every time? Forest was the same as me. He was also a survivor from the previous village, like Silad, an elf who experienced the repeating tragedy of winter. We were always frustrated. Why did we elves always have to repeat this? Why couldn't we escape this vicious cycle of fate? Silad's eyes blazed with quiet anger as he watched Forest crying out in the blizzard. So I stayed. Silad made a different choice. In the middle of the village where everyone was scattering and running away, in that cold and freezing blizzard, only Silad remained, holding his weapon. I was frustrated, so I made up my mind. To repeat this anymore. Countless thorny roots attacked Silad, who was looking up at Elvenwood with a venomous expression. Piercing through the icy ground, piercing through the blizzard. If my end is already decided, at least I'll choose where I die. Whoosh! Slash! Corrupted ghosts also attacked. Demons wearing the faces of those who were once family in the same village. Hungry spirits who hadn't yet found a vessel. Against all those enemies. No, against everything in the world. I did not run away. Whoosh! Grah! In that thick blizzard, Silad fought and fought without rest. In the place where everyone ran away, only Silad remained and fought alone. I fought day and night. I forgot hunger. The flow of time didn't matter in the blizzard. And as I fought like that, suddenly, no one attacked me anymore. All the enemies were gone. The cold and freezing winter. In that blizzard, only Silad stood alone on the desolate snowfield, and Silad couldn't help but chuckle as he belatedly discovered something. Suho, watching the illusion beside him, also saw it and opened his mouth. Elvenwood froze to death. Yes, isn't it absurd? Silad chuckled and replied to Suho's words. That great Elvenwood froze to death. Much faster than me, who was just struggling to survive, unable to withstand a mere cold. A mere cold. To think it was just that weak. Silad's face was filled with a mixture of emptiness, mockery, and frustration. It also looked like he was holding back tears. Silad, who barely survived, dragged his wounded body and approached the frozen Elvenwood. And he began to strike the frozen tree madly. There was no purpose. Just until his anger subsided. Crash, bang, shatter, for days and nights, continuously. He didn't stop until Elvenwood was shattered. But my anger still wouldn't subside. So I dug up the frozen ground and pulled out all the roots hidden beneath, and this time I chewed and swallowed all of its roots. Munch, 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 munch. Silad's expression as he forcibly chewed and swallowed the remains of Elvenwood was already half mad. How could he be sane? His entire body, exhausted from the long battle, was battered. The blood that came out of his wounds had frozen from the blizzard, and his skin was cracked. He looked even more miserable than the corrupted ghosts, and it wouldn't have been strange if he died soon. But Silad was still alive. Even this bone-chilling cold was nothing to him anymore. Rather, he couldn't collapse. He had to live to mock Elvenwood, which couldn't even withstand this cold, to mock it for the rest of his life. So I decided to stay in that village. There was no reason to leave anymore. And the thought that he would no longer have the right to mock Elvenwood if he left that land to escape the cold was also significant. So I just settled down. It was cold, but there were many advantages to living here. Advantages? It was terribly cold. But elves were a race that adapted to their environment. That's how I became the first ice elf. The first ice elf. The story of how Silad, who survived the bitter cold, became the next monarch happened a long time after that. Only after the monarch of the elves at that time died in the war against the rulers could Scyld finally become the next monarch. But he was still young at that time. And he hadn't properly taken revenge on Elvenwood. The only thing he accomplished was enduring until it froze to death. He made up his mind. One day, I will become the monarch of the elves, find all the Elvenwoods, and uproot them. And I finally did it. As soon as I became the monarch, I uprooted all the Elvenwoods I could find. Of course, there were elves who opposed him. But Scyld's decision, having already become the monarch, was absolute. So all the elves gradually adapted to the land of bitter cold, where Elvenwoods had disappeared and became ice elves. And the starting point was the first snowfield where Scyld survived. The first village was rebuilt on the land of bitter cold where Elvenwood died, but ironically, the elves who lost their tree were too weak. The spirits, having lost their center, no longer listened to their requests. But it didn't matter. They were no longer friends, so a hierarchy needed to be established. Submit to me, you lowly and cowardly spirits. Scyld, who became the monarch of Frost, began to hunt the spirits that scattered to avoid him after uprooting all the Elvenwoods. Spirits don't die, but it's enough to catch and freeze them. Scyld poured all his resentment into a curse towards the spirits he captured one by one. Spirits, freeze, be trapped in the bitter cold, and suffer forever. That curse was spirit magic, containing all the resentment of Scyld, the first ice elf who survived the bitter cold. Just as you made my people, you too will live for eternity, neither alive nor dead. And just as they had toyed with the corpses of dead elves, turning them into corrupted ghosts, they too would be trapped in a frozen prison forever, becoming Scyld's slaves, neither alive nor dead. Grah! The ice giants born that way trembled before Scyld and pledged their allegiance. Their roars were the pathetic screams of the spirits trapped inside. Suho was looking at the name of that prison, and he remembered a philosopher's quote he had seen somewhere. We are all fighting our own battles. When he first met the dead Scyld in this world of pure white, he recalled the illusion of the forgotten time shown to him. In that illusion, he was whispering in a cruel voice with a frozen blade piercing Sung Jinwoo's heart. Is this the end, human? Then you won't be able to see it. The moment our army arrives on this land, then the corpses of you humans will form mountains, and your blood will form rivers. That was the worst curse that Scyld, the king of the snowfolk and the monarch of frost, could utter. But this land where you were born and raised will be different. I will personally freeze all the humans on this land and make them suffer eternally. And at the same time, it was the real hell that Scyld himself knew best, the hell he understood most deeply. They will live for eternity, neither alive nor dead. The corrupted ghosts who lived for eternity, neither alive nor dead. The very lives of the elves who had everything taken away after being raised by Elvenwood and the spirits. Hate me endlessly in death. Recalling the hell they had experienced themselves, Scyld poured out the greatest curse he could muster towards the dying Shadow Monarch. That will also be my pleasure. That was the only ritual that could console the smile of his mother, who died saving him, and the deaths of his fellow elves who perished unjustly by his side. Why? Why must we suffer like this every time? The illusion had returned to the image of Forest desperately crying and running away. Scyld muttered with sad eyes as he watched that. Yes, I was also that frustrated. I wanted to make others experience the hell that we elves live in. That was all I could do for my friends who had already died. But now that I see it, Scyld's eyes flashed as he saw Forest's next memory. Forest, this guy seems to have found a different way. Scyld endured winter with his own strength. Forest, despite being a high elf, repeatedly fled from the endless winters. The fate of these two led to completely different endings. Scyld eventually became a monarch, fought against the enemies, and died fighting on the battlefield. Even though that ending was a defeat, he was a warrior who achieved the feat of personally piercing the heart of the great Shadow Monarch with his own hands. But Forest was different. You creature born with a pitiful fate. Suddenly, someone appeared before Forest, crying out in the ice flower illusion. Scyld and Suho's eyes flashed simultaneously. Unknown beings with golden halos floating above their heads appeared before Forest. but unfortunately, their faces couldn't be seen clearly because of the dazzling light emitted by Tad. He Oriole. This was Forrest's memory, and he didn't even dare to raise his head, overwhelmed by the sacred light they emitted. But even then, he saw something. "Shall we help you a little?" It was the cruel yet beautiful smile on their lips, and their hands reaching out to him who was in despair. Those hands, without even waiting for an answer, mercilessly plucked out Forrest's eyes. Chapter 264, Chapter 262. The moment Forrest's eyes were gouged out, whoosh! Golden light burrowed deep into Forrest's vision, died in pitch-black darkness. Both Suho and Sillad already knew that it was from the star pieces. The problem was his soul. Crack! 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 As the star pieces burrowed in, cracks began to appear in his darkened vision from the shock. And snap! Finally, Forrest's soul shattered and fell apart like a broken window. The soul is broken. Sillad gritted his teeth with a fearsome expression. Forrest's soul began to shatter, and his memories flickered incessantly. The illusion of the ice flower itself was crumbling like snowflakes. Sillad clicked his tongue as he watched the figures who handed over the star pieces melt away like a mirage. No wonder his soul was so small for a high elf. It seems like Forrest's vessel was insufficient to accept the power they handed over. No, maybe they did it with that intention from the beginning. Look. As soon as Suho finished speaking, whoosh! Hungry spirits were pouring in like a flood through the cracks in the shattered soul. Perhaps the usual Forrest would have struggled to escape this fate. But now it was different. Ah! This power! He was already blind, and he found new light in the darkness. Ah! Thank you! Thank you! God of the elves. With this power, I can finally become a monarch. He embraced all those spirits with a joyful expression. He chose to become a corrupted ghost of his own free will. He's completely lost his mind and is bewitched. Sillad clicked his tongue in regret. Forrest didn't realize what they were, even as he heard their giggling laughter, trembling with joy. And when those numerous spirits mixed to the point where Forrest's soul couldn't distinguish them, "You're a good child. Quite an interesting creature." A voice like a ray of light whispered to him, "Are there any other children like you?" "Yes, there are." Forrest's joyful voice, worshipping that solemn command, echoed like a hymn. "Even if they aren't there, I will somehow find and bring them." Then he stopped abruptly. Forrest, who seemed like he would keep talking forever, suddenly stopped. Then his head creaked and turned to the side like that of a soulless doll. "Wait." Sillad's expression hardened. "Don't tell me?" His lifeless gaze slowly moved past Suho and Sillad, who were watching him, and found Circa. "Found you." A bright smile suddenly appeared on the face of the eyeless Forrest. Surprisingly, the illusion was clearly looking at Circa, who was trapped in ice, and shouted as if screaming, "I found you! Flash!" The golden light that suddenly erupted from Forrest's illusion rapidly grew and stretched towards her. "This is crazy. This can't be happening." Sillad, horrified, hurriedly tried to dispel the illusion of the ice flower, and a strong resistance came back. His spirit magic was out of control. "Stop it!" Sillad shouted desperately, clenching both hands and pulling the illusion of the ice flower towards him. "Grab!" But before he could even finish speaking, Suho was already springing forward. With Kamish's wrath in both hands, and at that moment, crack! The golden light that Forrest unleashed broke through the ice protecting Circa, and it pierced Circa's chest. "Where do you think you're going?" Flash! Suho's sword barely managed to cut off the golden light. Flare! It burned in the black-red flames. That was close. Fortunately, Circa was safe. But this was only the beginning. Sillad erupted in anger. "Stop hiding and come out! Who dares covet my successor?" Whoosh! A blizzard raged over the out-of-control illusion of the ice flower, and the figures of the beings hidden beyond the dark abyss were revealed. Countless gazes. The grotesque eyeballs hidden in the abyss spun playfully. Suho realized their identity. Spirits. Yes, it was my mistake. Sillad gritted his teeth. He was careless. Even though this was the world of a dead monarch, and even the time was stopped, this place was still an unknown territory to Sillad himself. He was only temporarily summoned here by Suho's unknown ability. But he realized one thing for sure. The fact that he could use spirit magic here meant that at least for this moment, the spirits were also free from the flow of time. While we were peeking into Forrest's memories, they were also peeking at us. The spirit's eyes were spinning around Circa, growing and shrinking repeatedly. The entire world was covered in grotesque eyeballs, as many as the number of spirits Forest possessed. Their intentions were obvious. Silad blocked Circa with a determined expression and said to Suho, "Circa's vessel isn't complete yet. If we give her up, her soul will break just like Forest's." Even though Silad chose Circa as his successor, she was still young and weak. Her vessel was far inferior even compared to the High Elf Forest. Crack! As Silad clenched both hands around the blizzard, a long, frost-covered trident was created. "Suho, you protect Circa here. I'm much more familiar with dealing with spirits." And without waiting for an answer, he sprang forward and swung his spear. "I'll teach you how to hunt spirits." Whoosh! The spear swirled and struck without hesitation. The spirits froze and shattered from those attacks. But Suho wasn't going to just stand there and watch. Ruler's authority. Whoosh! Slash! 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 Suho protected Circa and attacked the approaching spirits with Kamish's wrath. But there were too many of them. He wanted to use the breath of destruction, but it was inefficient against these chaotic guys because it was a straight-line attack. He had never felt as frustrated as now that he couldn't summon shadow soldiers in this space. But he was able to summon more than just shadow soldiers. He had summoned Grey even in the world of the dead Croatia because he was bound by the pet system. "Grey, come to me!" Grey, the Fang Wolf, enveloped in sacred light, appeared before Suho. There was no need to waste mana on possession. The more hands, the better. "Grey!" Grey's eyes, as he turned his head and met Suho's gaze, were intense. Seeing that, he felt a bit emotional. It seemed like just yesterday when he was a weak puppy caught by the Hyena Guild, yet he had grown so much. Suho nodded towards him, waiting for his orders, and commanded, "Eat." Grey's lips curled up, revealing his fangs. And grr! Flash! The moment Grey kicked off the ground with his 4 paws, he literally became a gust of wind. Crack! Crunch! Crack! 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 He began to chew and swallow the spirits indiscriminately like a beast unleashed in a sheep pen. Of course, the spirits fought back with ferocious momentum, but Grey had the dentures that Suho specially gave him. His roar echoed, and a tremendous killing intent shook the spirits. Grey uses skill Contempt for the Weak. Effect Fear is activated. All stats of targets are reduced by 50% for 1 minute. Not all spirits would be weaker than him, but for those below his level, Grey was a true predator. Crunch! Grey uses skill Fatal Strike. Grey uses skill Paralysis. Grey, who was getting stronger as he skillfully found and killed the spirits weaker than him, was a true hunter. Spirit has been defeated. Spirit has been defeated. Spirit has been defeated. Spirit has been defeated. Grey offers 50% of the experience points to the owner as a sacrifice. They said spirits don't die, but it seems like they can be eaten. The King of Beasts, the Fang Monarch, says the world is a jungle where the strong prey on the weak, and there's nothing you can't eat if you have teeth. The King of Beasts, the Fang Monarch, says that only elves with high affinity for spirits are eaten by them. Rakan's pride in the grown-up Grey was conveyed even here. Good, then shall we take care of this side as well? Suho turned his head and looked at Circa, still sleeping peacefully in the broken ice. Crack! Ho reached into it without hesitation and pulled Circa out. What are you doing? I told you to guard her well. Silad, who was fighting the spirits, was horrified. But Suho replied calmly, What am I doing? I'm not lazy enough to wait for her to grow up. Thud. Circa. Suho lifted Circa, who was forcibly asleep. How long are you planning to sleep? He shook her awake and said, I've been thinking, and now I understand why Silad chose you as his successor out of all the High Elves. Suho had watched Silad's entire life from beginning to end, so he could be sure. You're already qualified. Circa was an ice elf who was born and raised in a land of bitter cold without any adults, and she was a guardian who fought against spirits to protect her friends despite being a child herself. Wake up and rule those spirits yourself. Flash! Circa's eyes opened and the stop time began to move again. Chapter 265. Chapter 263. Circa was dreaming. It was a memory from a few years ago, the day she first met Cha-Hain. But as always, her dreams, regardless of their content, had one thing in common that never changed. It was color. Circa's dreams were always white. because from the moment she was born until now, the world around her had always been white, and that was the only thing she knew. Whoosh, a blizzard, a pure white snowfield, a life of struggle, running barefoot on the icy snow and fighting countless spirits. That was all Circa knew of the world, but it was from that day that things began to change. Circa, it's terrible. Spirits are attacking the village. Circa's nightmare, which seemed like it would last forever, began to change. The spirits have gone berserk. Everyone, grab your weapons. One day, the spirits of the Echo Forest went on a rampage and attacked the village, while fiercely fighting their endless waves for days and nights. Seeing the old elves dying one by her side, Circa also accepted her death. Whoosh! Look at the sky! A monster is descending from the sky. It's a dragon! Ah, why? Why did misfortune always come all at once? The moment she saw the giant wyvern plunging through the blizzard, Circa should have felt that immense despair. But surprisingly, it turned into brilliant hope in an instant. From the moment a human, riding on the giant wyvern that suddenly appeared, stepped onto the ground. Where is this place? From the moment she saw the tremendous magic power emanating from the human, who immediately grasped the situation with sharp eyes, even in the blizzard. And, hey, I don't have any weapons. Can you lend me something? Anything? Circa inadvertently handed over her daggers to the woman who suddenly approached her and held out her hand. 2 spare blades from her waist. Daggers. I miss those. The human, as if suddenly remembering something, held the 2 daggers in a reverse grip and smiled faintly. And it was from then, whoosh! The human began to perform the sword dance with her hair fluttering. Ka! And right behind her, the giant wyvern roared fiercely and began to hunt the spirits too. That day, the village barely regained peace, thanks to a stranger who appeared out of nowhere. But even though the battle was over, that mysterious person didn't leave the village and continued to meddle in their affairs. This won't do. I don't know where this is, but I need to take care of you guys first. Really, thinking back, she saw that this was a really strange person. Is everyone all right? All those who are injured, gather here. And you there? Me? Yes, you. Can you bring me some bandages or medicine if there are any in the village? And has everyone eaten? Why are you all dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold? Seriously. The human was the one wearing the thinnest clothes, the sudden appearance saving them and then carefully tucking in their collars to keep out the cold wind. It wasn't funny at all. Rather, she cried, tears of relief, realizing that she had survived once again. And it was from that day that the nosy stranger earned the nickname Cha-Cha and settled in the village. Cha-Cha stayed with the young elves who barely survived and became their family, sometimes as a swordsmanship teacher. Circa, your waist, lower your stance, you need a lower center of gravity to not fall over. What's a center of gravity? Ah, do I have to explain that? She taught them tactics, strategy, and how to protect themselves, and sometimes like a mother. Kids, let's eat! Why? Circa, you'll be in trouble if you eat first again. Eat with your friends. No, I already ate. She made warm food and cozy clothes for them in the cold and freezing blizzard. And, wow, Circa, you look so cool with your hair braided. This will be good for your vision during battle, right? Yes! The hair of elves is amazing. How can it be so beautiful and flowing, yet strong and durable enough to be used as a bowstring? Ahem. Jealous? Wait a little bit. When my hair grows longer, I'll make a bow for Cha-Cha myself. Oh my, thank you. Then I'll have to make you a bracelet with my hair as a reward. Why a bracelet? That's useless in battle. You're so mean. Just kidding. She taught them how to smile brightly even in the harsh cold. Thanks to Cha-Cha, Circa was able to learn a new color for the first time in her cold and harsh winter world where she had been trapped all her life. That color was warmth. If spring existed, she had no doubt that it would be this color. Circa, a voice, strangely similar to that of Cha-Cha, was calling from afar. You're already qualified. A voice similar, yet with an unusually low resonance, was calling her. So wake up. Wake up? What did that mean? That voice reached Circa, who was having a happy dream, and she instinctively realized, whoosh, that she was once again surrounded and targeted by hungry spirits just like that day. Whoosh, that she was on the verge of being devoured by the countless spirits that invaded the village, just like before Cha-Cha appeared. The first thing that surged was the instinctive fear she felt that day. And the next thing that came to mind was Cha-Cha's smile, always looking at her with warmth. Wake up and rule those spirits yourself. Someone's voice, calling out again, awakened Circa's courage. Just like that day. Become a monarch. Flash! Circa instinctively opened her eyes and saw Suho's face, which resembled Cha-Hae-in. She asked with a dazed expression, "Where is this place? If you're awake, take out your weapon." There was no answer. Instead, Suho's broad back turned to face forward, and a black shadow stretched long behind him. Whoosh! Using skill, Monarch's domain. And he shouted towards Circa, watching Silad hunting the spirits beyond that. Focus and look ahead. The former Monarch of Frost is showing you how to fight spirits. You should watch and learn directly instead of me. Circa was startled. He was right. Whoosh! The dead monarch was overwhelming the spirits with a tremendous aura. But at the same time, she realized, no, it's impossible. That her abilities were far too lacking to imitate that tremendous presence. Impossible, my foot! Slap! Ouch! Circa's mind suddenly cleared as Suho's palm flew and struck her back without mercy. A familiar sting. This pain was the sting of Cha-Cha's hand, which she had been hit with countless times while learning swordsmanship. And it was also the sting of her mother's hand, which Suho had been hit with even more times. He said, "Don't worry and just follow me. I've already learned the trick." What? That power is completely different from what you wield. How can you? That's why I said it's a trick. Use it as it is, even if it's lacking. Now let's go. Wait. Whoosh! He suddenly jumped forward, dragging Circa with him. She was inadvertently thrown into the vortex of hungry spirits. Suho chuckled and said, "Now take out your weapon." Ice tree spear. Crackle. Circa obediently followed the instruction, and frost formed in her hand, extending into the ice tree spear. With a weapon in her hand, Circa's body instinctively began to attack the spirits, following the movements she learned from Cha-Hae-in. Good. You're fighting well. This won't work. Then it's time to learn the trick. Suho's eyes flashed. Using skill, iron body technique. Whoosh! In an instant, black energy enveloped Suho's fists and arms. Circa's eyes widened. She instinctively realized this power wasn't an ordinary skill. That hard and strong black energy climbed up to Suho's shoulders and formed a giant armor. He reached out his enormous hand, grabbed a spirit, and crushed it. Bang! Suho, who crushed a spirit and made it explode, looked back at Circa and grinned, revealing his teeth. This is power, the power that the Iron Body Monarch used. How can you? I learned it. It's your turn now. Crack! Bang! Suho grabbed and crushed another spirit. One more thing. Using skill, Giant's Armor. Whoosh! Suho's entire body was covered in armor. This was an ordinary skill, but Circa already had a look of realization. Circa, Suho asked, if Silad became a monarch by fighting against the sudden bitter cold, then what is the bitter cold to you? There was no need to answer that question. The cold winter was nothing to Circa in the first place. If Silad fought against the bitter cold, the same to Circa was everything she saw from the moment she was born. Day and night, nothing but white. Crack! Circa's ice tree spear pierced a spirit that was aiming for her. Yes, she knew. She was still young and weak. She wouldn't be able to rule all the spirits like the great former monarch Silad. But, she declared here, at least the spirits within my reach. Crack! The spirit pierced by the ice tree spear froze. I rule. Crack! One by one. Circa began to pierce and freeze the hungry spirits swirling around her. Kee! Amidst their screams and cries, following Circa's spear, all the spirits she pierced began to freeze, and that form was the giant armor that Suho personally showed her. Crack! A cold and harsh dignity settled in Circa's eyes. Spirit armor. Crack! And that armor gradually expanded its range, engulfing Circa's entire body as the number of spirits she killed increased. Just like the iron body technique and giant's armor that Suho showed her. As a result, her body was covered with a giant armor 2 to 3 times larger than herself. And crack! She reached out a giant fist made of ice spirits, grabbed another one, and crushed it, just like Suho showed her. Yes, well done. If you learned from my mother, you should be able to do at least that. Suho chuckled. Oh my god. On the other hand, the former monarch Silad's eyes widened in shock. But it was only for a moment. He was filled with pride, not a bad start. Not spirit magic, but spirit domination. To succeed in her first step by imitating the skill used by the Iron Body Monarch, no less. No, it's more than excellent. Yes, his choice was right after all. See Forest? Look at that dignified appearance, not just using spirits for spirit magic, but dominating them, using them as mere materials to create weapons and armor. Wasn't that young elf much more like a monarch than the high elf who just ran away from the cold winter? Ha! Scylla burst into laughter with genuine joy. Ding! King of the Snow Folk and the Monarch of Frost expresses his deep gratitude to his priest. King of the Snow Folk and the Monarch of Frost expresses his respect for his priest's performance. Suho looked at Scylla, seeing the system messages that suddenly appeared. Scylla was smiling with deep satisfaction. Son of the Shadow Monarch. Do you remember what I said when I first met you? I originally intended to kill you instantly, but then I saw her, the Shadow Monarch's companion who became a mother to my young and weak tribe. The misery Scylla felt at that moment was indescribable. It was even more so because the moment he saw that, he recalled the face of his own mother, who died protecting him when he was a baby. I was grateful to your mother, so I decided not to kill you. But it's not just her anymore. Scylla was still looking at Suho's face as he tore apart and killed another spirit. Crack. Thank you, for proving that my choice was right. Ding. Would you like to recruit Descendant of Frost as a companion? At that moment, another message appeared before Suho's eyes, and a new quest too. A quest has arrived, but Suho already knew what Scylla's request was. Please take good care of my descendant. Grin. With those words, Suho and Circa, clad in black armor and spirit armor, simultaneously glared and crushed a spirit. Bang! Then step back. From now on, we're eating all the spirits. Chapter 266, Chapter 64. Scylla had already acknowledged Suho as the priest. He even bestowed his blessing, allowing him to use the skill Blizzard of Frost. But as Scylla said, he accepted Suho because of his mother, not Suho himself. However, it was different now. Ding! Recruited Descendant of Frost as a companion. Scylla finally acknowledged him as the priest of the dead monarchs. He felt that he could truly entrust his descendant to Suho. Moreover, it wasn't just the Monarch of Frost who acknowledged him. Suho, did you see? I did it. It was Circa, the next monarch candidate, armed with spirit armor, looking back at him with a triumphant smile. Crash! Bang, bang, bang! Spirit has been defeated. Spirit has been defeated. Spirit has been defeated. Circa was no longer a victim of the spirits that had haunted Elvenwood and raised elves for centuries. Thanks to Suho's teachings, she had become a powerful ruler who dominated them with her newfound strength. The roles were completely reversed, and the outcome was remarkable. Ding! 50% of the experience points gained by companion, Circa, are transferred to the player. Was this the true meaning of a companion? It's similar to Grey. Although Grey was a pet, not a companion, only the name was different, the principle was the same. The level-up system used the same approach with Circa. Suho, who had seen and experienced many things, now fully understood the concept. Although the expression experience points was used for convenience, it would be more accurate to call it nutrients that should go to the world tree. The nutrients that leaked out when magical beasts or spirits died. The level-up system intercepted those and had Suho absorb them. And that method was very similar to how the weeds grew by stealing the nutrients of the world tree in the sea of the afterlife. As a result, Grey and Circa became transmitters who handed over a portion of the nutrients that burst out from the creatures they killed to Suho. This was the concept of a companion in the system. To borrow an expression familiar to humans, it was party play where they shared experience points. But there was one exception. Essel. Even though she volunteered to become Suho's subordinate, she didn't share experience points. Instead, she offered a greater offering. Spirit has been defeated. Spirit has been defeated. Blessing of Gluttony amplifies experience points. Level up. Blessing of Gluttony, Aesel's blessing, which tripled the experience efficiency, was still in effect even though she wasn't here. This was due to the unique characteristic of the demon race. They began as the weeds that grew by stealing the nutrients of the world tree in the sea of the afterlife. Those insignificant weeds evolved repeatedly, becoming residents of the gap and then the demon race. So Aesel, Their monarch didn't simply offer nutrients, but amplified the absorption rate itself, which was how the nutrients were digested. Even if they're in the same companion relationship, each race has different characteristics. Gray could grant possession. Growl. Crack. Bang. Seeing Gray bravely hunting spirits even now, possession must have had a positive impact on his growth as well. A win-win situation. Wasn't this a true companion relationship? So Suho had a question. If the blizzard of frost he received earlier was a gift for his mother, not him, then what about now? What about Circa, who just became his companion? Crack, bang. The once noisy surroundings fell silent as the spirits surrounding Circa froze mid-escape. Looking pathetic, frozen in their sharp, icy prison, Circa thrust her spear into the center, as if to finish them off. Crack, crack, crack. Strangely, the ice began to clump around Circa's spear, becoming thicker. It resembled a giant hammer. It had turned into a brutal blunt weapon, no longer the ice tree spear, but the ice tree hammer. Circa lifted the giant ice hammer and placed it on her air. Suho chuckled at the sight. Rather than wearing the giant armor, it was more like she was riding it. Circa's expression as she raised her head and struck a pose inside, as if waiting for praise, made it difficult to ignore her. She learned better than I thought. Is this because she's the descendant of a monarch? Circa's shoulders puffed up. Scyllid, holding back his twitching lips, gave a stern warning. You still have a long way to go. You're only at the level where you can control the spirits that directly touch your hand. Grandpa. What? Scyllid was startled. Circa suddenly looked him straight in the face and spoke. Until now, they had only communicated through prayer, so this was practically the first time they faced each other. She asked confidently, What? Isn't it true? You're my grandfather, right? Scyllid couldn't answer that bold gaze. I saw my dad once when I was a baby. When leaving for the battlefield, he clearly told me that I was the granddaughter who inherited the blood of the Monarch of Frost. Still no answer. Circa continued to speak, staring intently at Scyllid's face, who was avoiding her gaze. So I have to grow up quickly and protect this village, to become a guardian. Even though she was very young, Circa remembered it clearly. Those were the first and last words my dad ever said to me. Her father's firm gaze as he said those words to her. There wasn't a shred of warmth in that cold voice. She didn't know it then, but Circa had grown enough to recognize that coldness now. Don't resent your father. He was just a pawn to be used in the war for me, and that's how I brought him up too. Scyllid finally opened his mouth with a heavy groan. White frost flowed out with his sigh. No, all of us were born with the fate of fighting on the battlefield from the instant we come into the world until the moment we die. That is the only mission of us elves. You're wrong. What? You're wrong. At Circa's bold reply, Scyllid finally turned his head and looked at her face, and his eyes widened. Cha-Cha didn't say that to us. Circa had an expression that wasn't like that of an ice elf at all. She told us not to run around like that, because it's dangerous to fall. She told us to cover ourselves with blankets and sleep. She told us to dress warmly because it's cold. Cha-Cha's continuous nagging. Recalling that kind voice, Circa, she told us to live happily, even when we're fighting, was smiling brightly. She said, my smile is pretty. What about you, Grandpa? It's nice to see. Does that mean it's pretty? Circa giggled as she finally got an answer. At the same time, Scyllid had a strange expression, words he had never uttered before, words he had never even imagined. But seeing his granddaughter smiling confidently before him, Scyllid finally crumbled. Whoosh! Couldn't he hold it in anymore? Or was Scyllid's time up? With a flurry of snow, Scyllid turned his back and hid in the blizzard. A very small voice flowed from that cold and harsh snowstorm. Thank you for growing up well. Whoosh! With those words, Scyllid's world ejected Suho's and Circa's minds back to reality. And at that moment, his voice pierced Suho's ears. Prepare for battle. The moment you leave here, Elvenwood, everything in the forest, will attack you. I know. In that sense, can you give me a useful blessing or skill? Scyllid scoffed at Suho's words, who was still trying to negotiate at a time like this. You cheeky thing, you haven't answered my question yet. You mean the quest? Okay, accept. The contract is established. Please take good care of my granddaughter. Whoosh! Circa waved with a bright smile towards Scyllid, whose presence was fading away. Grandpa, I'll pray later. Well, do whatever you want. Whoosh! The stop time began to flow again. Young elf. We'll give you a chance. Become one with us. Whoosh! Suho and Circa's vision changed in an instant. They saw Chahayan's determined expression. Countless elves, tree branches, and spirits were attacking them from all directions. But the situation no longer called for panic. Without prompting, they counterattacked the entire forest. Spirit armor, crack! Circa slammed her spear into the ground, and an ice armor, sprouting like frost from the spearhead, covered Circa's entire body. Suho took a step forward too, using skill Blizzard of Frost. Whoosh! Winter came to Elvenwood. How can the power of a dead monarch be in this land? The horrified expressions of the high elves were a sight to behold. They probably wouldn't even dream that the monarch of Frost, who had already been defeated and died in the war, could still intervene in this world. And the moment Suho accepted his quest, just as he taught Circa how to use his power, the monarch of Frost also gave Suho the trick to utilizing his blessing. Bonding skill is formed due to the bond with the descendant of Frost. Grin. Suho grinned meaningfully as he saw the newly created skill. Those without wings. Arise, all of you. Rumble. Shadow soldiers rose from Suho's shadow, and he used the new skill towards them. Spirit Armament. Skill Spirit Armament 1 per second. Temporarily strengthens shadow soldiers by sacrificing spirits. The attribute and degree of strengthening vary depending on the type and amount of spirits. The shadow soldiers' bodies swelled up without prompting. The spirits that Circa killed dwelled in their bodies. Chapter 267, Chapter 265. Beru was startled by the sudden change in the tide of battle. Swoosh! The shadow soldiers' attacks were enveloped in sharp winds. Boom! Crash! Whirlwinds raged with every step they took. It was a similar effect to the attacks of the wind-blade crows that flocked outside Elvenwood. Kaboom! The spirits tried to scatter to avoid their attacks, but they couldn't escape being swept away by the giant ice hammer that Circa wielded. Heek! Crack! The startled spirits screamed in surprise and froze on the spot, like sharp icicles, with shocked expressions. It was a spectacular sight. My liege, Beru looked at Suho and exclaimed in admiration, "How did you learn such a wonderful skill?" Beru recognized the structure of the new skill Suho acquired at a glance. The ability to temporarily strengthen the attack power and defense of shadow soldiers. A buff skill? Chahayan, who was striking lightning in all directions with the Demon King's longsword, also widened her eyes at the sight of the shadow soldiers imbued with elemental power. Like Beru, she also recognized how valuable the buff skill Suho used was. Buff. It was an ability mainly used by support-type hunters like healers to assist their party members in battle from behind, and there were countless types of them. And the larger the raid party, the higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the more diverse buff skills needed to be utilized appropriately for a safer and more efficient raid. But among them, if one had to choose the most versatile and useful skill, all hunters would agree on elemental buff. A buff that adds elemental damage to allies. It's the most efficient buff in a situation like this. A chaotic battle. Especially when facing various types of magical beasts like now, elemental attacks, if used properly according to the attributes of the magical beasts they were facing, could inflict much greater damage with the same strike. But Beru had a different perspective from Chahayan. He saw the advantages and disadvantages of the spirit armament that Suho used more clearly and specifically. Heck! This is truly amazing, to strengthen the soldiers by consuming spirits instead of mana. Advantage 1. It didn't consume mana. This was the most important because it meant that Suho could save mana, the core material for maintaining the Shadow Army. Advantage 2. It was fundamentally different from skill, Monarch's domain, so the effects stacked. Advantage 3. The buff effect became stronger as more spirits were used as materials, but there was a problem. The third advantage was also a drawback, a skill that required spirits as materials instead of mana. It meant there was a clear limit. It's a shame. It's quite a useful skill, but it can only use the spirits that the young elf personally caught as materials. And even that is a consumable that ends the moment the spirits disappear. In short, it's a much lower version compared to Monarch's domain. In that sense, Beru could also quickly figure out who Suho received this skill from. He glared at Circa, the descendant of Frost, with burning eyes. Keek, how outrageous! It's obvious that he will want the young elf to grow up quickly so he can use more spirits as materials. This was why all the dead monarchs were so cunning. They pretended to help Suho, but in the end, they wanted to take care of their descendants. Didn't the Fang monarch also present Gray for the same purpose? Of course, Suho wasn't unaware of that fact. But it's a deal where no one loses. Let's think positively. In any case, you're too naive, Keek? Beru, who was grumbling, suddenly looked at Suho's eyes and realized something. My lige. Don't tell me. Suho's smiling face as he looked straight at Beru was very similar to Circa's triumphant expression when she succeeded in imitating Silad's power, albeit insufficiently. Yes, this will definitely help my father. What a devoted son. Sob. Beru burst into tears at that noble filial piety. Regardless, Uho sprang forward with his weapon. Slash! 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 Beru quickly followed Suho, who was slaughtering the enemies in Elvenwood alongside the soldiers, and continued to wail. Beru, you said it before, didn't you? That no matter how strong I become, I can never be as strong as my father. The same goes for my soldiers. Sob, unfortunately, that's true. The shadow power you inherited, my liege, is just a skill that can't even compare to the king's power. It's not comforting at all when you cry with an expression that's not sad at all. But what can you do? It's an obvious fact. Seriously. Suho chuckled and cut down the roots of Elvenwood that sprouted from the ground. It was just a fact, devoid of any human touch or empathy. But even though he looked like that, Beru was always right, and it was something Suho often worried about. If he continued to grow stronger like this and finally met his father, how much help will I be to my father? Will my shadow soldiers be of any use? He was only at this level even on Earth, so how effective would his power be against the real outer gods that his father was facing? In that sense, that was why Suho was only able to find the answer after recently receiving the power of destruction from the Dragon King and seeing Circa's ability today. This is the only way, the most efficient way I can actually help my father. Buff. Suho chuckled and said, It's a war, right? War is a confrontation of power and power, but I also learned that you need to be able to create variables with various strategies and tactics. From my father. Of course, it was something his father said while playing games together, but Suho had a truly refreshed expression as he said those words. Thinking back, to protect just one Earth, where not even Itarim themselves, but only their apostles were active, was a problem that could be solved by diligently accumulating experience points and becoming stronger like now. But Suho's ultimate goal wasn't limited to just that. After completely resolving Earth's problems, going to space to meet his father, who was at war with the outer gods, fighting alongside him, wasn't that the meaning of the name Woojin Guild that Suho created? But the problem was, what if he went all the way there and wasn't of any help? Then Suho himself would only become a burden to his father, because I'm my father's only weakness. But until when? How long did he have to live as a child who needed protection? My father already saved the world by himself at my age. Suho, gritting his teeth, pulled out the roots of Elvenwood with his rough hand. Following those, the flames of destruction flowed towards the trunk of Elvenwood. He extended his other hand towards it and unleashed his power. Using skill, Breath of Destruction. Elvenwood was pierced by that powerful inferno. Seeing that, Suho recalled what he saw today. The lives of the elves who were raised by that Elvenwood, the history of struggle that Silad, the monarch who died after being defeated by his father, lived through. The noble monarch of the elves who remained alone in the blizzard, where everyone else fled and fought against the whole world with gritted teeth and won. Not only my father, but Silad also fought and won against the bitter cold alone, and even Circa. Yes, even that little Circa was a child of frost who learned to walk in a blizzard from the moment she was born. Because all those conditions were met, Silad chose Circa as his successor as soon as he saw her. But what about me? Suho never overestimated himself. He wasn't foolish enough to be intoxicated by the feeling of becoming stronger, no matter how much he leveled up. I briefly fought him, and your son was pathetic. Did the peaceful comfort dull the Shadow Monarch's blood? The words of the Dragon King, the monarch of destruction, who was his father's rival. Those words were still etched in Suho's mind, deeply embedded in the Dragon King's heart that was beating in Suho's chest. Thump, thump, ump. As long as this hellfire he received from the Dragon King boiled in his blood, Suho would never be mistaken. An extremely ordinary human who grew up in peaceful comfort. That is me. The only difference from others was that he was born to good parents, that he inherited special blood. But to be arrogant about that, Suho already knew too much. Look at Circa right there. The reason she was chosen as the monarch's successor wasn't because of Scyld's bloodline. It was because she proved her qualifications with her own life. In that sense, Suho squeezed this buff skill out of the Monarch of Frost. This ability not only strengthens my soldiers, but it can also buff my father's shadow army. Beru's eyes curved into crescents. That's right, although it's limited, this skill is definitely applied separately from the shadow power. Ah, for your information, the king already buffs the soldiers with the energy of the dead ruler's soldiers, even though they're not spirits. Suho's triumphant expression faltered. What? My father doesn't have spirits, so he's using angels? You're saying he uses angels as sacrifices for buffs? It's recycling. New angels aren't born from the world tree anymore. But Beru just smiled at Suho, proud of him. It seems like the angel and spirit buffs will stack. In other words, it will be helpful. Suho smiled as he finally received Beru's approval. Yes, he still had a long way to go. He was still his father's only weakness. But at the same time, I am a variable, the only variable in this war. I will definitely become that. Beru's eyes widened at Suho's confident declaration, revealing his teeth. So just watch. I'll be helpful to my father by any means necessary. Crackle. With those words, the giant tree Elvenwood finally collapsed under Suho's power, engulfed in the flames of destruction. Whoosh! Flare. Tremendous heat. The green city turned into a sea of fire. Rumble. Crash. The white flame lightning striking down from the sky. Crack. And the high elves turned into ice sculptures below. It was truly a natural disaster. The city, which maintained its beauty by using humans as fertilizer, perished overnight. Rescue the people. At Suho's command, the shadow soldiers moved in unison and began to rescue the survivors trapped underground in the city. Beru silently watched them, and he was recalling a memory from some time ago. Master, wouldn't it be all right to return the power to the young master now? It was a conversation between Sung Jinwoo and Igris about Suho's sealed power. We've done tests before, but this is the first time the young master has reached the level of the monarch. I think it's a passing grade. Sung Jinwoo firmly shook his head at Igris's words and said, If I had relied only on my power and fought the Dragon King, would we have won? There was something Sung Jinwoo was most worried about as he tested Suho in his dreams over and over again. His recklessness. It could be disguised as bravery, but it was different from the perspective of a father worried about his son. Even if you have a lot of power, you need to be able to run away in situations where victory isn't guaranteed. And recklessly rushing at a strong enemy without any calculations is foolish. Recklessly rushing at a strong enemy without any calculations is foolish. We need a plan. Beru's eyes widened. The words that Sung Jinwoo so desperately wanted suddenly came out of Suho's mouth as he was rescuing people. Of his own accord. But it wasn't because Suho was afraid of death. For him, who had lived with shadow soldiers since birth, death wasn't the end. Perhaps Suho's recklessness stemmed from that. Knowing that death wasn't the end, he wasn't afraid of it. But ironically, after seeing the life of struggle that Scyld lived, fiercely enduring to avoid death, Suho realized an important fact. It's okay to die, but I refuse a foolish death where I have regrets even after dying. We need a solid plan. With those words, Suho opened his inventory, and what he took out was the item he found after defeating the mad-blooded tyrant, Itarim's apostle, in the demon world. Good interns. Acquisition difficulty. Type stone tablet. A stone tablet engraved with Itarim's language. A special spell is cast on it. Beru recognized what it was at a glance. I know what this spell is. I clearly saw Itarim's army using this to communicate with each other during the war. Communicating with a stone tablet? Yes, the problem is that they come in pairs, and there's only one here. The other one must be with someone else, the one who sent the mad-blooded tyrant here. Harmakan, thoroughly analyze this stone tablet. Suho's order fell. By any means necessary, we will track down the apostle from now on. The true hunt had begun. Chapter 268, Chapter 66, Darkness Melting Away. An endless expanse of the open sea. Numerous rafts carrying demons drifted across the gently swaying surface of the water. Splash! The only sound that could be heard was the faint noise of the oars pushing against the viscous seawater and the flow of the polluted air due to the resulting headwind. The sea of the afterlife. The demons rowing the oars had serious expressions as they tracked the scent of the world tree that was somewhere in this place. It looked like a peaceful and comfortable journey on the surface, but in reality, the demons were exploring a hell in the truest sense of the word. Beneath the rafts was a bottomless abyss. Countless weeds lurking below were waiting for an opportunity to devour them. Wave. The moment the raft was violently rocked by a sudden wave, the ravenous weeds, unable to bear their hunger, sprang up from the black seawater. But even in this moment, the demons rowed without wavering. Catch them! It wasn't the demons who shouted, but the bearded dwarves. Whoosh! At that command, shadow spiders on the raft spread their webs. The black net caught the weeds that popped out from the sea. A big catch! The shadow dwarves chuckled and raised their sharp axes and saw blades. Crack! Crack! Slash! Slash! The sounds of tools being used echoed from the previously silent rafts. Good. With this much, we can double the size of the vessel. We can't lose. Demons, if you still can't find the direction, why don't you go where there are more weeds? Tsk, you silent bunch. You look scary, but you're all cowards. We're not scared. The demons couldn't help but be cautious, despite the urging of the shadow dwarves. You seem to keep forgetting, but we're not immortal like you. Heh, that's unfortunate. Tsk. The demons decided to just keep their mouths shut. They knew that the shadow dwarves didn't mean to mock them with those words, so it was awkward to be angry. The dwarves truly felt sorry for the demons. Because their souls were contaminated, they couldn't become shadow soldiers. Perhaps there was a way. Suho's flames of destruction had the power to purify contaminated souls, and if they used that power, maybe even the demon race could become shadow soldiers. But from the perspective of the demons who were still alive, it didn't make sense to ask Suho to burn them to death. Burn them with the power of destruction? If he failed to control the firepower, their souls would be annihilated instead of purified, and who would take responsibility for that? It was better to perish while fighting. That wasn't just a meaningless death. Similarly, being devoured by the weeds lurking in this sea was also a meaningless death. It wasn't just demise. Their existence itself would be taken away by them, so the demon's cautiousness was only natural. Of course, the dwarves had a point. It was only natural that expanding the size of the raft from the beginning was advantageous for exploration in the long run, even if it meant taking risks. But they had to calculate that risk. If we go to a place with many enemies with this small raft, we'll be isolated. The moment the number of weeds attacking them became overwhelmingly greater than the shadow spider's webs, this crude raft would be helplessly destroyed. There were already dozens of rafts that were stranded like that. Fortunately, no demons had lost their lives yet. The moment the raft was stuck, Suho's shadow spiders would quickly carry the shadow dwarves and demons on their backs and move them to another safe raft. And they would stay there for a while, build a new raft, and become independent. The problem was that if this happened repeatedly, the expansion of the raft would slow down, because they had to share resources. It's harder to find the world tree than we thought. Yeah, I thought the demons would find it as soon as they smelled it. The sea is too vast. Of course, the demons had an excuse. Besides, our senses are dulled in here. This wasn't called the Sea of the Afterlife for nothing. Not only was it dark, but this Sea of the Afterlife was also dulling the demons' senses. It was as if a perception-impairing barrier was in place. In this situation, the only option was to use overwhelming numbers to detect the scent of the world tree. They literally had to search every nook and cranny. But we will definitely find it. Esiel, receiving updates on the situation from her subordinate demons, gleamed with determination as if she could see through the dark sea. The reason why she could know the situation of her subordinates scattered across this vast sea was thanks to the abilities she awakened upon becoming the king of demons. No matter where or who found the world tree, Essel would know immediately. Lick. Essel suddenly smacked her lips as she recalled the leaf of the world tree. Having tasted it once, Essel could understand why Vulcan was called the demon of greed, and why she herself became the monarch of gluttony. For the demon race, the taste of the world tree was truly the best. A way to increase the size of the raft continuously from the beginning. That's why Essel agreed with the Shadow Dwarf's suggestion, to gather a lot of materials to expand the raft, even if it meant taking some risks. And it was more efficient for the monarch herself to take on such dangerous tasks rather than her weak subordinate demons. Essel had been leading the way since the beginning, searching for places with many weeds and hunting them. Now, the weeds had become cunning and were avoiding Essel's raft whenever they saw it. The weeds aren't appearing at all. Essel nodded at the dwarf's words and focused all her senses to find traces of the weeds. But all that came back was a quiet silence. She clicked her tongue. Cunning bastards. At this rate, our ship will never be able to evolve beyond a raft, let alone a warship. I wish a big one would appear. Cuk. At that moment, stab! Suddenly, there was a sharp object protruding from the chest of the shadow dwarf who was grumbling next to her. Essel, startled, soon recognized what it was, and her expression brightened. Using item shadow key. Whoosh! A hole spread in the shadow dwarf's body around the key, and a shadow gate opened. Demons of hell, are you doing well? Beru's stern gaze, peeking from the gate opened in the shadow dwarf, scanned Essel's surroundings sharply. And after seeing the size of the demon's raft, he roared, Keek, you lazy bums! Why is the ship still so small? What can we do? The materials are all hiding because they're scared of us. Essel grumbled in response. I can dive and catch them myself, but it's too dangerous for my subordinates. In the first place, the weeds are also just waiting for us to do that, and are only engaging in a battle of nerves. There's a limit to how much I can catch and distribute individually. Knowing you would be like this, our liege has personally come to solve your problem. What? So be grateful and worship. Before the bewildered Essel, Suho appeared through the shadow gate, but he didn't come empty-handed. Whoosh! What's this tree? Essel was shocked. Suho dragged a large, thick tree trunk through the gate with tremendous strength. It's elvenwood. All the shadow dwarves' faces were filled with shock at that answer. Elvenwood, the divine tree of the elves. Splash! As Suho threw the charred fragment of elvenwood onto the sea of the afterlife, it floated on the black surface. Although it was called a fragment for convenience, it was still incredibly large because he personally cut off all the roots and pulled out only the trunk. Its scale alone made the rafts the demons were riding on look insignificant. The demons and dwarves looked at Suho in shock. Krah! As expected of our master! How did you obtain this precious wood? How is it? I thought it would be a shame to just burn it, so I brought it whole. Can we use it as material for the raft? It couldn't be better. The shadow dwarves responded to Suho's words with cheers, and they looked at the fragment of elvenwood with eyes blazing with greed, and without prompting, they all jumped on it with saws and hammers. No matter how big it was still just one tree. If they didn't hurry, other rafts would take this precious material away from them. Be careful. That tree is still alive. Whoosh! Too late. Before Suho could even finish his words, the branches attached to the fragment of elvenwood pierced the shadow dwarves' bodies. But they were immortal soldiers in the first place. Even with their bodies skewered by the vicious branches, the shadow dwarves diligently sawed away, and they triumphantly raised the branches of elvenwood stuck in their bodies like trophies and burst into laughter. Kah! What an honor! To think I would touch the divine tree of the elves with my own hands. Of course, it's already dead, but still. If I had done this while I was alive, that day would have been my death. Kah! The shadow dwarves couldn't help but be excited. It was only natural. Elvenwood. How many dwarves would have ever touched this precious divine tree of the elves? Probably almost none throughout history. Even those who did probably just gently stroked the bark. Doing something as blasphemous as sawing it like this was unimaginable. How vicious and tenacious those pointy-eared elves were. Not to mention the spirits. But now they were personally sawing that precious tree. It was such an overwhelming honor that they wondered if it was even okay. My saw is having a feast today, building a ship with the divine tree of the elves, and a ship to explore the sea of the afterlife? Kya! This is romance. I would have no regrets even if I were to die today. Of course, I'm already dead. Ah! Ordinary materials would quickly rot when they came into contact with the death air and water of the sea of the afterlife. But lumber like elven wood, it was disrespectful to call it ordinary. But something was strange. But was elvenwood originally this kind of tree? Even though they had only heard of elvenwood and never actually seen it, the lumber that Suho brought was quite strange. The energy it emitted was strange. The way the branches wriggled incessantly, trying to attack them, was also very ominous. I heard it was very sacred. This is no different from a tree-type magical beast. No. Refuting the dwarves' words, Easel was staring at Elvenwood with a stiff expression. The other demons had the same look. This tree, the divine tree of the elves, it feels very similar to the weeds here. You think so too? Easel nodded in agreement with Suho's words. I felt it while fighting, but this Elvenwood somehow feels like something between the weeds of the afterlife and the world tree. That was the nature of Elvenwood that Suho personally experienced. When he told Esiel about what happened, she muttered with a serious expression. Don't tell me. You're saying that the weeds were preying on not only us demons, but also the elves? No one knows the exact details. The method is different, but they're quite similar, aren't they? The difference in method. Directly hunting versus raising to devour them. If the weeds of the afterlife became residents of the gap and hunted and devoured demons, it seemed plausible that Elvenwood, which slowly raised elves to devour them, was originally a weed too. Even the process was similar. If the weeds evolved by devouring dead souls, Elvenwood grew by coexisting with spirits. They're certainly similar, especially in that they have to struggle forever to survive. Even more so, if that was the fate of the creatures that the Absolute Being wanted, for the warriors who gradually grew stronger to be thrown into the war against the rulers. Isil felt a chill, as if she had learned a truth about the world she didn't know. And it didn't matter whether Elvenwood was originally a weed or not. In the end, what the now-deceased Absolute Being wanted was to watch the never-ending war of his creations, so Elvenwood was an accessory that perfectly suited that purpose. But now it has become our excellent lumber. Beru chuckled, unconcerned, and the shadow dwarves, who were excitedly sawing Elvenwood, looked at Suho and asked, Master, where did you get this Elvenwood? Why? Suho, sensing their greedy eyes, chuckled and replied, You want more? Don't tell me it's possible? The dwarves were surprised and shouted in excitement. Look at the vitality of this Elvenwood. It's so tenacious that even at this moment it's extending its branches and catching the weeds hiding in the sea. If we actively utilize this principle, creating a self-repairing warship of the afterlife isn't a dream. Indeed. Suho was also watching Elvenwood wriggling its branches, and he nodded at the dwarves' sparkling eyes. I can get you as much as you want, enough to build all your rafts with Elvenwood. Gasp! Yes, the problem was that there was too much. Chapter 269, Chapter 267 Keel. This term refers to the central axis of a ship that runs along the bottom center from front to back. The keel acts as the backbone and main beam of a ship, and its length determines the size of the ship. When the vessel is damaged, other parts can usually be repaired and reused, but if the keel is damaged, the ship's lifespan is essentially over. Replacing or repairing the keel means completely dismantling the vessel. It's practically the same as building the ship from scratch. In that sense, the material used for the keel directly affects the ship's durability. The gist of the Shadow Dwarves' rambling about the importance of the keel was simple. So you're saying you want to use this Elvenwood as a keel? Yes. The Shadow Dwarves answered in unison, their eyes already filled with madness. If there was only one Elvenwood, they would share it, but now that Suho could get more, the situation was completely different. There's no reason to cut up this precious wood. As we said before, the size of the keel determines the size of the ship. The sturdiness of the keel is the sturdiness of the ship. If we use this precious material as a whole for the keel instead of dividing it, we can create a truly enormous vessel. Kya, wasn't it thrilling just to imagine? A ship with the elves' divine tree as its keel. And one that even had the special ability to extend its branches, devour the surrounding weeds, and grow on its own. If they recklessly cut it to pieces, that function could disappear. Suho, after hearing their earnest request, accepted without hesitation. All right, then use this one as the keel for Azel's ship for now. The dwarves were divided into joy and sorrow at Suho's decision. Of course, they knew that the ship of the Demon King should be the priority, but it was still painful to have this delicious material taken away from them right before their eyes. Then can you give us the next one for our raft? Nonsense. Our raft is the biggest among them. To handle a keel of this size, the more materials we have, the faster the crafting will be. That's true. Then let's go in order of the largest raft. The shadow dwarves became restless at Suho's decision. There's no time to waste. You lazy demons. Hurry up. We need to gather the most materials before the next Elvenwood arrives. As Suho set the standard, competition suddenly arose between the rafts. The movement speed also varies greatly depending on the completeness of the ship. Finding the world tree in this vast dark sea was as difficult as finding a needle in a desert. Even if that needle was the enormous world tree, the sea of the afterlife was a world far vaster and more daunting than a mere desert. In the end, if they wanted to find the world tree quickly, they had to risk their lives and gather more weeds than anyone else. Demons, risk your lives. If our ship finds the world tree first, wouldn't it be better for you? You'll be able to eat the leaves first and become stronger before other demons arrive. The dwarves' persuasive provocation ignited the competitive spirit in the demons who had been passively rowing until now. It was only natural that the more leaves of the world tree they ate, the stronger they could become as demons. Until now, they had been gathering weeds floating on the sea and wandering aimlessly, but if they started with a powerful keel, they could become stronger than other demons with ease. Let's go. Yes, that's it. Hurry up, demons. Swoosh. Well, in any case, it was a very positive motivation for Suho and Esil. But Esil, can you take a look at this? Suho, watching the rafts scatter according to their desires, approached Esil and handed her something. The reason he personally visited the Sea of the Afterlife like this wasn't just because of the Elvenwood. Master, this is... Esil's eyes became serious. The item Suho handed her was none other than the star piece, once embedded in Forest's eye. After defeating the high elves and spirits, Suho felt a strange sense of incongruity the moment he touched this one. Somehow, the energy felt strangely different from the stardust and star fragments I found before. Stardust, a magic power amplifier developed in the demon factory using the demon's mad-blooded poison, and the gem, the star fragment, which was a highly refined version of stardust. They were called star pieces now, but there was a time when he thought of them simply as magic power amplifiers. But now he knew. Magic power amplification was just a result visible on the surface. The principle behind it was completely different. It's not amplification, but reception. And furthermore, enabling communication. That is the true purpose of the star pieces. Greed, who was once the high priest of the Outer Gods cult, and Iron, who was a priest, they were now shadow soldiers on Suho's side. Thanks to them, he had gained all the information they knew about the Outer Gods cult. The star pieces are a kind of medium. A medium to inject the magic power of the outer universe into a human body. It's not amplifying magic power, but simply receiving it from an external source. If the vessel can't handle that immense energy and breaks, they die. That's why the humans who overdosed on stardust in the early days perished. Of course, even Greed and Iron didn't know everything about the Outer Gods cult. That was because it was a thoroughly cellular organization. And strangely, they sprang up individually in various parts of the world as if occurring naturally, without anyone leading the way. There was no concept of preaching or proselytizing, so they didn't contact or cooperate with each other. There was no need for that in the first place. Thanks to the star pieces, the Outer Gods cult communicates with the outer universe through the star pieces. So there's no need for humans to exchange information with each other, except for very special cases. What are the special cases? Greed answered Suho's question, sharing research data on star pieces. Only then. The existence of star pieces was the most important goal and means for the Outer Gods cult. From stardust to star fragments and now star pieces, how many sacrifices and research had there been done? As a result of that endless pursuit, the efficiency and purity of the star pieces they created increased day by day. As a magic power amplifier, this meant that the amplification rate increased. And the race that first led this research was the demons. It was the beginning of the demon factory. They diligently exchanged research and development data with other regional cultists, finally creating star pieces capable of not only reception, but also communication. The research on star pieces finally reached its peak, to the point where two-way communication became possible, from one-way to two-way. It was a revolution. If the cultists until then could only passively receive orders from the outer gods who descended through the dimensional gaps, they could now send information to the outer universe from Earth. The outer gods cult calls that prayer, or ritual. Communicating with the outer gods. It was the moment when the outer gods cult truly became a religion. The problem was that the deities they served happened to be invaders who came to destroy this world. And since Suho already knew this information through greed and iron, he noticed that the star pieces embedded in the High Elf's eyes were different from before. This star piece wasn't made with our demon blood. Esiel's answer was decisive. Indeed. At that moment, Suho's suspicion turned into certainty. I thought it was strange. While rescuing the survivors and searching the High Elf village, I couldn't find any traces of demons. He even found 3 hidden gates and searched inside them, but there were none. He searched the entire area, but he couldn't find a demon factory. There were star pieces, but no demons. Esiel held the gem and pondered Suho's words. The meaning was clear. It seems, hey, can now create star pieces without our demon blood. The research that began with mad-blooded poison seemed to have finally borne fruit, and even one with much higher purity than before. It seems they found a material to replace demon blood, and that must be another sacrifice. Suho nodded with a grim expression, finishing Esiel's sentence. Esiel, you need to find the world tree quickly, and become stronger as soon as possible. Yes, Esiel succeeded in becoming the next monarch, but it was possible thanks to Suho's help. This didn't mean that she was still unqualified as a monarch. Rather, it was a positive thing. Esiel was the monarch of gluttony. If she became that way by eating the leaves of the world tree, what would happen if she ate more leaves here? Wouldn't she become much stronger than now? Then Esiel would be able to use Hell's army and gather all the demons scattered across the dimensions. With that one power, she could find all the demon factories hidden by the Outer Gods cult in an instant. That meant she could uncover the locations and information of all the cults of the Outer Gods connected to those demons at once. Let's both do our best. You find the world tree here, and I'll take care of Nidhugg attached to the world tree. With those words, Suho left the Sea of the Afterlife. To deal with Nidhugg, the first step to weakening that giant serpent with 6 heads was the request Silad gave Suho. Request of the Monarch of Frost. Make Circa, the descendant of Silad, the next monarch. However, Circa is still young and weak, and her vessel is lacking to contain the primordial darkness. Until Circa can inherit the primordial darkness, take responsibility for her safety and help her grow. Silad's quest. It was an earnest request to be responsible for Circa's safety from the threats of numerous spirits in Elven Woods. But there was one thing Silad didn't consider. Keek, why are you looking at me like that? Beru tilted his head. Seeing that innocent, naive expression of Beru, Suho just smiled back, very brightly. King of the Snowfolk and the Monarch of Frost realizes that something is wrong, but it was too late to realize. Unfortunately, Suho had only learned one way to raise a young and weak descendant of a monarch. No pain, no gain. Keek, she's the descendant of Frost. She needs to be at least stronger than an ant larva, right? Huh? Circa didn't understand what that meant, but she had a very ominous feeling. She saw Cha Hyen's expression on Suho's pleasant face. Circa adored Cha-Cha like a mother, but not that expression. That expression of Suho, was very similar to the expression she had when she trained them. Let's go. Where? To find all the elven woods in this land. Suho immediately headed to the nearest elf village. Using skill, breath of destruction, with a destructive greeting. Russia, an uninvited guest appeared before Yuri Orlov, who was drinking wine while overlooking the city from atop a skyscraper. Someone broke my flower pot. Orlov didn't seem surprised by the sudden appearance of the uninvited guest. Rather, he focused on the content of those words and widened his eyes. What? What happened to the terrarium? Chapter 270, Chapter 268, Yuri Orlov. The Prime Minister of Russia, and at the same time, the S-rank hunter who stood at the pinnacle of the country's power. Currently, there was no one daring enough to intrude on his room. Even disregarding power, the tight security detail, composed of bodyguards, armed soldiers, and hunters, was superior even to that of the president. But surprisingly, the uninvited guest standing before him had entered his room without the bodyguards noticing. Moreover, he was daringly sneering at Yuri Orlov without a hint of fear. Are you deaf? Your damn barrier has been breached. What? Shatter. Yuri Orlov's brow furrowed, and the wine glass in his hand shattered. Sharp shards of glass scattered, and the red liquid within floated in the air, forming a sphere before Orlov's eyes. It looked like blood trapped in an invisible fishbowl. Barrier, Yuri Orlov's main skill, the ability that raised him from the bottom to this position. The news that it had been breached was a direct blow to his pride. Impossible. The barrier of the terrarium is perfect. No one can penetrate it. Your confidence is excessive. It has been breached. Some scoundrels broke through your barrier and trampled and burned one of my precious flower pots. You were so full of yourself. Just how poorly did you make the barrier? Yuri Orlov gritted his teeth with a fearsome expression and glared at the uninvited guest. Rumble. At the same time, an immense killing intent poured out from him towards the uninvited guest. No ordinary citizen in Russia would be able to withstand this rage in their right mind. Yuri Orlov was at the pinnacle of absolute power. Even the president was beneath him. With a single word, even those who lived a blameless life could be sentenced to death. But the uninvited guest before him didn't seem to care about Orlov's killing intent. Instead, he glared back and gritted his teeth. Take the fight out of your eyes right now. I feel like gouging them out. I don't care about your petty pride. What's important is my flower pot. He leaned against the window that Orlov was looking out of with his arms crossed in a defiant posture. So tell me, are you sure there are no flaws in your barrier? There are none. Yuri Orlov answered firmly. At the same time, his large hand grasped the red wine that had gathered in a spherical shape before his eyes. Crush! The tremendous grip strength of an S-rank hunter pressed down on the red sphere. But unlike the wine glass that shattered earlier, his transparent barrier easily withstood his grip. Look, this is the barrier I placed on the terrarium. I poured a massive amount of magic stones into it and made it so strong that even an S-rank hunter couldn't break it with all their might. Don't be overconfident. I never expected the power of a mere human to be perfect. I'm just asking for a solution since there's a problem with your barrier. Orlov's blazing momentum gradually subsided at the uninvited guest's calm response, who ignored his killing intent and spoke with an unwavering attitude. Composed, he crossed his arms, leaned back on the sofa, and asked the uninvited guest again, which flower pot was damaged? North Korea. North Korea. I put a lot of effort into that place because of that picky Korean Association president. I know. So think about what the problem is. It's not like I only have 1 or 2 flower pots in paradise. If one is breached, the same could happen to others. That wouldn't be good for you either, would it? I've told you countless times, no one can break through my barrier. Especially North Korea, where not only Woo Jinchul but also Choi Jong-in is. Yuri Orlov, who was organizing his thoughts while stroking his chin, suddenly closed his mouth. Come to think of it, his perfect barrier wasn't completely without flaws. He realized a possibility. What if it wasn't broken through by force? You still overestimate yourself. Are you saying that Elvenwood opened the door to the invaders from the inside? Yes, would. Didn't that make more sense? Elvenwood has no reason to do that. Orlov scoffed at his firm tone and sneered. I'll return those words to you, Don't be overconfident. If you don't know the reason, isn't it something you should find out yourself? There's a problem in the paradise you cherish, and you're just going to whine about it? For someone called the Apostle of Paradise? Apostle of Paradise. Yuri Orlov glared at the uninvited guest called by that name, his eyes cold as a snake, and bared his teeth. Besides, didn't you personally cast a perception-impairing spell near the terrarium, and even distorted space so that no one could find the terrarium, even if they were right in front of it? Who was so confident about that? It was you, wasn't it? The Apostle of Paradise couldn't help but be silent at Yuri Orlov's words. He wasn't wrong. Terrarium, the area around the flower pot where elvenwood was growing, was thick with blue mist, making it impossible to identify even with satellite cameras. Moreover, even if you approached it, you wouldn't be able to recognize the giant elvenwood, even if it was right before your eyes, due to the perception-impairing magic mixed with the blue mist. On top of that, he even distorted space so that even if you were walking straight towards the terrarium, you would naturally pass by it. But even that wasn't perfect. The Apostle of Paradise nodded and muttered quietly. Indeed, the perception-impairing magic and space distortion only apply to the ground. If you can fly on an airplane or something and reach right in front of the terrarium, it's not entirely impossible. But that couldn't happen. The surroundings of the terrarium were always swarming with rampaging spirits. Flying in the sky with an airplane or helicopter was suicidal. No matter how strong a hunter was, unless they had wings, it was much safer to fight on the ground. Therefore, to pass by the terrarium, one could only move on the ground. Which flower pot that was damaged? North Korea. At the Apostle's answer, Yuri Orlov picked up the tablet on the corner of the table and leisurely scrolled through it. Let's see. North Korea, North Korea. His finger, scrolling down the screen, suddenly stopped at the recent news from Korea. Breaking news. Hunter Sung Suho decides to enter North Korea. Hot pick. Cha Hae-in appears riding a black dragon. Black dragon? He clicked on the article, and a picture popped up on the screen. A black dragon flying towards North Korea with its giant wings spread, and the image of Sung Suho riding on it and leaving for North Korea. Yuri Orlov's expression hardened. The hero of India, Sung Suho. His abilities weren't accurately known to the public yet. For some reason, the Korean Association had tightly blocked information about him. But seeing him riding that black dragon himself, he became certain. He was a summoner, after all. Then don't tell me all those black magical beasts weren't a dungeon break, but his summons? It was an absurd ability. Yuri Orlov's expression turned serious at the image of Sung Suho captured in India. Was the overwhelming number of black summons standing beside him all his own power? That meant the eerie feeling he had when he first saw the article about Sung Suho was right. But now he could even summon a dragon? Even for an S-rank hunter, to show that level of performance, it must be a method like mine, drawing magic power from an external source. He couldn't possibly obtain that much quantity of magic stones himself, could he? Is he a hunter secretly trained by the Korean Association? He knew because he used magic stones himself. Considering the number of summons he used in India, Yuri Orlov could roughly estimate how many magic stones Sung Suho would have consumed. Korea is a democratic country. It's legally impossible to pour that much resources into an individual. Even Woo Jinchul can't do something that radical. Or could it be that this Sung Suho is also like me? The more you know, the more you see. Yuri Orlov's eyes flashed as he stared at Sung Suho's face in the picture, as if he had realized the truth hidden behind the scenes in Korea. This Sung Suho, perhaps he's a hunter who controls the country's power from behind the scenes, just like me. Suspicion turned into conviction. If someone with power had that kind of ability, they could easily rule a country, as Yuri Orlov himself had proven. Or maybe Woo Jinchul was the one who ruled Korea from the beginning. Sung Suho could be a secret weapon that the association president hid, or he could be holding his weakness. Various hypotheses came to mind, but the most important thing at this point was that Sung Suho left for North Korea on a giant dragon, and that the terrariums he personally concealed with barriers were located along that route. Having grasped the situation, a cruel smile appeared on Yuri Orlov's lips. Heh, as expected, he was fishy from the first time I saw him. As always, ominous premonitions were never wrong. Yuri Orlov handed the tablet screen to the Apostle of Paradise and smirked. See? Now it seems like the problem wasn't with me, but with you. And after gulping down the entire bottle of wine on the table, he openly mocked him with a triumphant expression. Apostles are always like this. They act all high and mighty, but when a problem occurs, they come crying. Yuri Orlov chuckled, having landed a blow on the obnoxious apostle of the outer gods. But despite his blatant mockery, the Apostle of Paradise didn't react, and just stared intently at the picture of Sung Suho he handed him, especially at the image of the shadow wyvern Kaisel that Sung Suho was riding. This is truly absurd. The Apostle of Paradise's eyes shook violently as he saw Suho's numerous soldiers lined up below. How can the Shadow Army exist on Earth? Shadow Army? Yuri Orlov tilted his head at the unfamiliar term, but the Apostle of Paradise, with a serious expression, was thinking about the worst-case scenario, ignoring his reaction. Don't tell me. No, that can't be. The worst-case scenario. The possibility that the Shadow Monarch, who should be in outer space, had come to Earth. Absolutely impossible. Yes, no matter how much he thought about it, it didn't make sense. Then was there a chance that only the Shadow Army was sent to Earth without him? That didn't make sense either. It's too far. His magic power wouldn't reach. If that were possible, we apostles wouldn't have to do such troublesome things. Just as the outer god's power didn't reach Earth, the Shadow Monarch's power wouldn't reach here either. The distance between that place and Earth was too far. Then who is this human? Who else? He's the hottest hunter in Korea, Sung Suho. Ah, that's right. You aloof apostles aren't interested in the names of mere humans, are you? No, now I am. Anything is fine. I need information about this human. Huh, that's a very troublesome and difficult request. Information about Sung Suho is top secret even in Korea. If I fulfill that difficult request, what can you do for me? What do you need? Yuri Orlov's lips curled up into a meaningful smile as he looked at the Apostle of Paradise. I like your straightforward answer. This is why I can't hate you guys. Wait, flinch. In the middle of the conversation, the Apostle of Paradise's expression suddenly distorted. Just now, another flower pot was broken. What? Yuri Orlov's expression also distorted. Where is it? The closest place to the previously broken flower pot. That damned bastard. It seemed certain that the culprit was Sung Suho. This was too much, to damage two of the terrariums he worked so hard to create in one day. Considering the value of the fruits produced in the terrarium, this was an astronomical loss for Yuri Orlov. This is a big problem. If we stay put, other flower pots will be in danger too. But it was risky to send troops there because the opponent was an S-rank hunter. Moreover, the location was North Korea, so it could turn into a political issue. That was the reason why he used perception-impairing magic to hide the terrarium in the first place. He didn't need that magic for the terrarium in Russia, which he ruled. I'll go check it out. In the meantime, you find out everything about that human named Sung Suho. Whoosh! The Apostle of Paradise left those words and disappeared from the spot, like a doodle erased with an eraser. Ghostly bastard! Yuri Orlov threw the wine bottle at the spot where he disappeared. How dare you order me around? He immediately summoned his assistants and began investigating Sung Suho. But there was one thing, something he couldn't understand. How did he really break through my barrier? Even if Sung Suho had a summoner army, even if he could fly around on a dragon, the barrier he painstakingly created wasn't something that could be breached with just a brute force attack. I said it myself, but there's no way Elvenwood really opened the door itself. Yuri Orlov muttered with a suspicious expression. But as always, ominous premonitions were never wrong. You're a lost little elf. Let us show you our beautiful city, Elvenwood. The door opened. With the small and young ice elf Circa at the forefront, Elvenwood opened its tightly closed barrier and welcomed Suho and his party. And towards the hypocritical smiles of the high elves who came to greet them, Suho simply said one word, 3. What? This is the third one. Using skill, breath of destruction. What? There was no mercy in Suho's flames that erupted towards the horrified high elves. There is no need for conversation between us. Chapter 271, Chapter 269, Spirit Armament. Whirl, they were now working together seamlessly. The forest of the High Elves, disguised as a beautiful and peaceful place, was burning intensely. And beyond that, Suho and his shadow soldiers began their battle. It was Circa's role to control the spirits that poured out from the High Elves' wounds. Crackle, the spirit Circa grasped immediately froze, becoming armor and weapons for her. Confidently charging forward with that power as her foothold, she looked quite dependable. But despite that, the spirits didn't flee far away and lingered around her, waiting for an opportunity. It was only natural. How could they give up? A fresh young elf had come to them on her own 2 feet. For the starving spirits, Circa was incomparably more tempting than the old high elves whose bodies they devoured, leaving only empty shells. A sudden invasion from the outside wasn't a problem either. As always, they believed in Elvenwood. Rumble. It's starting. Finally, sensing the crisis, Elvenwood rose on its own. The ground shook violently with an ominous earthquake. The roots and vines, once buried deep underground, intertwined. The giant tree gradually transformed into the shape of an elf. It was a sight that made it seem like it should be called Wood Elf, not Elvenwood. The monster swung its thick branches like a whip, sweeping away the pesky shadow soldiers in one blow. Crack, crack, crack! With that overwhelming power, the entire ground was overturned in that one blow, and the shadow soldiers were helplessly torn apart. Don't back down. But the immortal army didn't stop its advance. Thanks to the immense mana flowing from Suho, the hot flames emanating from the Dragon King's heart, flare. The soldiers' torn bodies were reconnected with black-red steam. Those hot flames were a natural enemy to Elvenwood. Whether it attacked or was attacked, its fate was already decided. It was to scream in the scorching flames. And only after seeing that sight did the spirits and high elves realize the crisis. But regret was always late. Their mistake was opening the barrier out of greed in the first place. Blessing of gluttony amplifies experience points. Level up. Level of skill, storm of black flames has increased. Rescue the survivors. Yes, it was now a familiar order. Once the battle subsided, the shadow soldiers immediately began rescuing the people buried underground in Elvenwood. According to the information Szilard obtained by squeezing Forest Soul, these people were intended fertilizer. They were buried alive in the ground, having their life force sucked out by the tree roots. There were both non-awakened and awakened among them. They were all living sacrifices that the high elves and spirits hunted outside and offered to Elvenwood. Master, they're all still alive. It was fortunate. Although they were unconscious from having their life force sucked out, they could be saved if they were still alive. Of course, it wasn't possible with healing potions. Those were only effective for external injuries sustained in battle. They couldn't heal internal wounds. Let alone restore life force, they couldn't even cure a cold. In this case, they had to use the orthodox method, highly advanced modern medicine, using item Shadow Key. Suho immediately inserted the key into his shadow, and, using skill Shadow Exchange. Whoosh! This was a method of using the shadow power that Beru recently taught him. If he used the Shadow Key and Shadow Exchange together like this, a gate would open in Suho's shadow, and that portal directly connected to the shadow soldier Suho designated. It bypassed the process of going through the shadow dungeon. The Shadow Key is an item the king personally made for you, young master, so this much is nothing. With Beru's explanation, a gate opened before Suho's eyes. There was a large building visible on the other side. Ajin Hospital. It was a facility run by Suho's aunt. And Chahae-in, Ho had already crossed over, was waiting there with Sung Jinwoo. They had already caught up with each other. When they rescued the survivors from the first Elvenwood, Chahae-in immediately thought of Ajin Hospital after checking their condition. Built with the support of Yu Jinho's Ajin Soft, it was probably the best-equipped hospital in Korea. The reason why such a great clinic was built in Yangpyeong, not Seoul, was simple, because Suho's grandparents lived there. In short, Ajin Hospital was practically a specialized nursing home with the best facilities in Korea. Hurry! I've emptied an entire ward, so bring them straight to this building. At the urgent shouts of Chahae-in and Sung Jinwoo, who checked the survivors' conditions, the shadow soldiers hurriedly carried them and crossed through the gate. Suho's aunt, having heard the general situation from Chahae-in, guided them to the empty area. They took the first survivors to the emergency room, but the test results showed that what they urgently needed wasn't treatment, but IV drips. Suho's mother returned to his side and relayed the test results. Suho, the test results for those people are out. Their condition is similar to those with eternal sleep disease. Eternal sleep disease? Yes. So according to your aunt, we need to use magic-powered life support devices to help their bodies recover, just like with eternal sleep disease patients. Suho's expression turned serious at those words. If it was eternal sleep disease, didn't that mean the survivors' souls were already wandering the sea of the afterlife? Recovering their bodies that had life force sucked out was the immediate priority, but hoping that their souls would return to those was wishful thinking. This is a big problem, but it's still fortunate. Some of the people we rescued from the first Elvenwood were already dead, but this time, thankfully, they're all alive. Cha Hae-in let out a sigh of relief and looked at the survivors with a pitying expression. Then she gazed at Suho's face again and asked, "There will be more places like this, right?" "Yes." Cha Hae-in bit her lip with regret and muttered, "Hurry before there are more victims. Those who have had too much of their life force sucked out can't be saved even with life support devices." But finding Elvenwood was much more difficult than she expected. According to Harmakan's analysis, if they hadn't flown in on Kaisel, no one would have noticed it and just passed by. Perception impairment and space distortion. That was the type of the barrier and magic surrounding Elvenwood that he found. But knowing about it didn't mean they could find other hidden Elvenwoods. They needed a different method. And fortunately, Suho had Circa. Spirit Cavalry. Crackle. Circa, who awakened to spirit armor skill thanks to Suho, unleashed a new ability that applied that power. If spirit armor was the ability to freeze spirits and create armor, spirit cavalry was the ability to make that armor move on its own without her. In other words, Ice Golem, Circa could finally create the ice army that Sillad led when he invaded Earth in the Lost Timeline. Of course, with her current skill level, she couldn't create an army as large as Sillad's, but she could create a few, and that was enough to be helpful now. Circa looked at the ice golem that appeared before her and asked, "Forest, which way is the nearest Elvenwood from here?" Grah! The ice golem created from the spirits that were in Forest's body roared as if answering Circa's question while staring in a specific direction. Perception impairment and space distortion didn't apply to the spirits that lived in Elvenwood. "Then I'll move to the next place right away. Mother, would you like to come with me?" Suho asked Cha Hae-in. It was only natural that the speed of conquering Elvenwood would be faster if Cha Hae-in helped, not to mention Kaisel's mobility. But the Shadow Wyvern didn't listen to Suho's orders. Perhaps because of Sung Jinwoo's order to protect Cha Hae-in, it stuck to her C.D. His mother shook her head. "I'd like to join, but I think I'll have to stay here for a few more days." Suho already guessed the reason. Were there any secrets in this day and age? Cha Hae-in, who went to North Korea in such a flashy way on a black dragon, suddenly appeared in Yangpyeong with numerous survivors. Since the patients at Ajin Hospital witnessed that, the news spread to the Hunter Association and the government in an instant, not to mention the reporters. Hospitalizing the dying survivors was Sung Jina's decision, but they were North Koreans. To bring so many foreigners to South Korea and provide them with expensive medical equipment required a lot of cumbersome legal procedures. Even giving up a ward for them was a great sacrifice for the citizens of Yangpyeong. So for various reasons, Cha Hae-in was stuck in South Korea. A press conference was scheduled in an hour. I don't know how much my name value will help, but once I do the press conference today, I should be able to get cooperation from nearby hospitals. The problem is tomorrow. She had urged Suho, but as the number of survivors rescued from Elvenwood increased, Ajin Hospital was running out of beds. At this rate, we'll be short on beds starting tomorrow. That's when the real problem arises. And they couldn't discharge existing patients, so there was a mountain of problems to solve, including various political and legal issues. But just then, screech! Sister-in-law! Yu Jinho jumped out of the sedan that arrived in front of Ajin Hospital and ran towards them without any pretense. Although he met her on the island of Facade last time, he was worried about leaving her alone in that cold land. He rushed to Yangpyeong as soon as he received her call, putting aside all his other plans. And while on the move, he had already resolved all the issues Cha Hae-in was worried about. "You said you were short on beds, so I brought more." "Huh? Brought? What?" Cha Hae-in tilted her head in confusion at Yoo Jin-ho's words. He winked at his wife, Sung Jinwoo, who was urgently entering the ward with the patients, and confidently answered, "If the patients only need life support devices, wouldn't it be enough to just have more buildings?" "Well, that's— Wait, don't tell me?" Cha Hae-in's eyes widened at the sudden thought. "Here, see." Yoo Jin-ho pointed towards all the buildings surrounding Ajin Hospital. Naturally, Cha Hae-in and Suho's gazes followed his and looked around. The vast site of Ajin Hospital. Despite its state-of-the-art facilities, it wasn't particularly large. The site was spacious, but the parking lot was rather overbuilt. And outside the hospital grounds, ordinary commercial buildings, office tels, and apartment complexes were scattered around. Before Ajin Hospital was built here, this area was just empty land. So Yoo Jin-ho bought the land first before building the hospital. All the land he could see, since the prices were quite low compared to Seoul, it wasn't really a big investment. He only bought the land. Buildings were the part that required enormous capital. But Yoo Jin-ho didn't bother explaining to Cha Hae-in in detail how much his company had grown and how much wealthier he had become during the 5 years she was missing. He just stated the conclusion. "Yes, all the buildings you see now are ours." Cha Hae-in and Sung Suho's eyes widened at those words. "Well, to be precise, they were my father's buildings." "Yes, to be exact, they weren't Ajin Soft's buildings. Ajin Soft was the result of Yoo Jin-ho, a second-generation chaebol, leaving his family and building a company from scratch. Conversely, this meant that there was a family that he left, and that was the largest construction company in Korea, led by Yoo Jin-ho's father, CEO Yoo Myung-han. Yoojin Construction. That's right. This city, built around Ajin Hospital, was part of a new development plan directly invested in by Yoojin Construction. When Yoo Jin-ho said he would build a hospital in Yangpyeong for Sung Jinwoo's parents, his father, Yoo Myung-han, signed the investment plan with his usual blunt expression and said, "Well, I guess I can live there after I retire. All of us together." He felt a strange tinge of jealousy in those last words, but Yoo Jin-ho quickly forgot about it, thinking that his father wasn't that kind of person. But in any case, the result of that urban development project was this place, Yangpyeong. Since the city development is still in progress, there are many vacant houses and many unsold units. So I contacted my father to say hello and bought them all through our company. Wait, this isn't monopoly. Cha Hae-in opened her mouth with a dumbfounded expression at the absurd scale. Was it because she had been away from home for too long? Yoo Jin-ho's wealth was already considerable 5 years ago, but the company that developed the world's first virtual reality game seemed to have achieved tremendous growth in the past 5 years. Chapter 272, Chapter 270, Beautiful World. The project that made Ajin Soft the global company it was today, and the world's first virtual reality game. At the time, when Yoo Jin-ho decided on this name, all the employees opposed it, saying it was cheesy, but what it was called didn't really matter. The world's first, that alone was enough. Moreover, Beautiful World was a long-lasting game that was still consistently popular even after 20 years. It simply couldn't fail. Various content utilizing the platform, open-world sandbox, and sustainable gameplay. All of that, realized in virtual reality, was truly beautiful with its innovative stimulation. And that craze was still going strong even today. The veteran gamers were called beautiful uncles. The people young when it was released were now middle-aged, and those who were middle-aged were now elderly. But despite that, they were still the main consumer base, actively enjoying the game, even after 20 years. The game industry couldn't help but pay attention to this, calling it a truly exceptional phenomenon. And at the same time, they pointed out one thing as the reason for its long-lasting popularity: the development of the game capsule. Yoo Jin-ho poured all the technology he could into the game capsule, a device essential for users to access the virtual reality game. And that engineering wasn't limited to just the game's performance. He also put a great deal of effort into the environment where the game was played. highly advanced ergonomic fluffiness, and a full-body massage function. The comfort of relaxing and loosening up the muscles of the whole body just by lying down without playing the game, and even the effect of muscle training through minute electrical stimulation. It was so effective that even those with turtlenecks or herniated discs could get meaningful rehabilitation effects just by lying still in the game capsule. And there was no need to worry about eye strain since it was a virtual reality game enjoyed with eyes closed. The future is already here. This was the catchphrase Yu Jinho used when he released Beautiful World. But the game capsule he created wasn't without its drawbacks. As much as he wanted to improve the device, the price would also become ridiculously high. But that problem was unexpectedly solved quickly. The price is a problem? Then just rent it out. B-brother? It was Sung Jinwoo. Yu Jinho had a shocked expression at the casual remark. Capsule rental service. That's right, in short, a subscription service. He was so focused on development that he missed that simple solution. As expected of you, brother. How did you come up with such a brilliant idea? Everyone's doing it. It's not that brilliant. There's an ant in my house who's addicted to Netflix. Ant? Are there bugs in your house these days, brother? Quite a lot. Should I send you a pest control team contracted with our company? No, they would die. Huh? Of course they'll die. They're bugs. No, the people. Anyway, the capsule rental service that started with Sung Jinwoo's advice truly gave wings to Ajin Soft. Don't buy, rent. We even provide AS and on-site service. And Yu Jinho took it a step further. And let's rent to other companies too. It was from then that the era of virtual reality games truly began. Yu Jinho didn't just rent game capsules to users, but generously lent them to other game companies as well. We will focus on further research and development of the capsules so that users can play games more comfortably and conveniently. So please enjoy other games to your heart's content in our capsules. Capsules belong to Ajin Soft. Since Ajin Soft held all the patents for game capsule technology and systems, other game companies focused on developing virtual reality content that generated immediate profit rather than making huge investments to surpass that technology. Just like Apple, which surprised the world with the iPhone long ago, Ajin Soft also quickly grew into a giant company. But then the cataclysm suddenly struck Earth. The world was shocked as gates opened and magical beasts from other dimensions invaded. The game industry faltered. Who would play games when they were about to die? But a crisis was also an opportunity. Thanks to various hunters around the globe, including Wu Jinchul, humanity quickly adapted to the changed world. And Ajin Soft had another opportunity to leap forward. Eternal sleep disease, the mysterious sickness that began with the cataclysm. Curing that disease was a task for the medical field to solve in the future, but until then, they needed a device to keep those who fell into eternal slumber alive, and people found the solution in Ajin Soft without prompting. That's right, the game capsule. The game capsule, which was made by stuffing all sorts of medical equipment into it for comfortable gaming, could function as a life support device for eternal sleep disease patients. Moreover, now that it had been modified to use magic stones instead of electricity as fuel, the synergy effect was undeniable. That's what I'm saying. So, there was only one reason why Yu Jinho passionately explained his company to Chahayan like this. It doesn't matter how many people you bring from North Korea, we have plenty of life support devices in our warehouse. Thud! 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 Behind him, numerous employees were already unloading game capsules from a giant truck. Since he bought all the empty buildings, they had plenty of hospital rooms, and there were more than enough life support devices for the North Korean survivors. Suho, we adults will take care of the rest, so you just focus on rescuing people. Suho nodded at Yu Jinho's reassuring words and immediately returned to North Korea to find a new Elvenwood. Now then, Yu Jinho turned his head. He saw the reporters who had flocked to Yangpyeong. And now it was Yu Jinho, not Cha Hae-in, who had to do the interview. If Cha Hae-in was the face with a positive image, Yu Jinho confidently declared himself as the person in charge of all this. We don't need government support or cooperation from other hospitals. Ajin Soft will directly provide unsparing care for the North Korean survivors. Yu Jinho, doing the interview, now wore the mask of a thorough businessman, and he calmly responded to the reporters who bombarded him with questions. Please understand that I can't answer every question due to time constraints. All I have to say is that I'm truly grateful. Thanks to the users who support Ajinsoft, we can do something meaningful for humanity without worrying about money. So, I'll give all the credit to our users, not us. Flash, 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 flash! Yu Jinho's eyes didn't waver in the slightest in the face of the camera flashes. And with that, the reporters began to spread numerous news articles on the internet. The titles were obvious: Meaningful Work for Humanity, all credit to the users. And his interview was enough to move the hearts of all users who loved virtual reality. That was his intention in the first place. The company's stock price will go up. Yu Jinho thought with a shameless expression. Yes, this was right. If you did an act of kindness, you had to boast about it. I'll take credit for my own good deeds. Afterwards, Yu Jinho's expression after finishing the interview still didn't relax. Yes, if you do a good deed, you have to boast about it. Reiterating his thoughts, he looked at the North Korean survivors who were safely recovering in the game capsules. Seeing them, a quiet anger gradually built up in his heart. Brother. Thanks to Suho, Yu Jinho regained all his old memories. Most of those memories were of Sung Jinwoo, memories of the brother he still respected the most, even though he was living a new life. That was why he was so angry, because Yu Jinho was the one who watched Sung Jinwoo's life from closer than anyone else. Itarim, was it? Yu Jinho's eyes burned with quiet rage, and he gritted his teeth. Yes. The Sung Jinwoo he remembered, that dependable figure, was always alone. The Sung Jinwoo he saw always fought alone, in a place no one knew, to protect the world, and the noble peace he achieved was broken again like this. Because of those bastards, the peace that my brother worked so hard to protect was broken again. Yes, that was what angered him the most, that his brother's efforts were in vain. Rage surged, so he vowed, I will never forgive you. He was no longer the naive young man from back then. He had no intention of just watching from behind like that time. Harmakan. As he muttered through gritted teeth, Russell. The shadow mage that Suho left behind. Harmakan, whom Yu Jinho specifically asked to leave here, rose from beside him. Yes, what do you want me to do? Harmakan had a slightly dissatisfied expression. To have to carry out the orders of a mere human, not his master. But Yu Jinho's next request was enough to pique his interest. Suho said, you're good at using strange magic. Yes, I'm the best when it comes to magic. What do you want? Curse? Evil spirit? Not that. Yu Jinho's gaze was fixed on the numerous game capsules before him. He was looking at the North Korean survivors lying quietly inside, unconscious. Actually, the reason why we have so many of these capsules in our warehouse is that they're new products that are about to be released. They're new models that allow the use of magic power inside for the solo leveling project that hunters will use for virtual reality training. Oh, even the use of magic power? Harmakan's eyes flashed at those words. He immediately understood what Yu Jinho was trying to say. Can you modify these capsules with your magic? How? So that the minds of these survivors can awaken in virtual reality. You're saying to bring back the souls that have gone to the sea of the afterlife to their bodies? Why? Is it difficult? Of course it's difficult. But, scanning the structure of mana flowing within the game capsule, Harmakan had a meaningful smile. Did you know? Even at this moment, countless shadow soldiers are sailing the sea of the afterlife on ships. All those soldiers are connected to each other with coordinates centered on Master. What does that mean? It means that a place where dimensional coordinates are fixed is no longer an unknown dimension. If it's just for the souls that the soldiers personally found there, it might be possible to modify them to be summoned to your virtual reality. That's good news. Then can you also summon the last memories or situations they saw to virtual reality? That's much easier than summoning souls. Instance dungeons are my specialty. While conversing, Harmakan looked at the human before him who made such a bold request. His magic power was only D rank by human standards. He was a hunter who would normally be considered insignificant. But wasn't this quite something? Harmakan's eyes gleamed meaningfully. Your goal wasn't just to cure eternal sleep disease. The real objective is to grasp the identity of the enemies our master will face in the future through their memories. And even their strategies. Grin. Yu Jinho and Harmakin's gazes met in the air. His lips curled into a fearsome smile as he reaffirmed his resolve. This time, I will not let him fight alone. Chapter 273, Chapter 271. Yu Jinho and Harmakin's collaboration brought about greater synergy than expected. Virtual reality. You're saying this thing stimulates the human brain? That's right. It's a device that allows you to experience a new world using brainwaves. Harmakin, who began to examine the virtual reality capsule in earnest, had a strange expression. Yu Jinho looked at him and asked, "Why that expression?" "This game capsule, you said it worked even before the cataclysm without magic stones?" "Yes, magic stones appeared on Earth after the cataclysm. Before that, it was a device developed purely with human technology. To explain the basic principle simply." Yu Jinho, who directly participated in the development as CEO, answered Harmakin's questions without hesitation. But the more he listened, the stranger Harmakin felt. This really was made by humans without magic power? What are you trying to say? This virtual reality you created, After completely disassembling a capsule and checking its structure, Harmakin suddenly closed his mouth and fell into deep thought. And then he came to a conclusion. "No, I'll have to go in and check myself to give you a definite answer." "You're going to enter virtual reality yourself? As a shadow soldier?" Yu Jinho responded with surprise at the unexpected words. "That's impossible. This game capsule is a device that uses human brainwaves. But you're already a dead soul without a separate body. How can that be possible? It will probably work, if what I'm thinking is correct." Yu Jinho couldn't help but assume a strange expression at Harmakin's confident words. The relationship between the soul and brainwaves. It was still an unsolved mystery even in the scientific community. First of all, the soul itself was a field that was difficult to prove scientifically. But many scientists claimed that they would eventually be able to verify it one day. There was a time when people believed that thunder falling from the sky was a punishment from God. And as time passed, human science finally proved that it wasn't. Similarly, many scientists claimed that even though it was impossible now, in the future, they would be able to scientifically prove the soul and the afterlife. Yu Jinho himself had asked Harmakin for cooperation with half-doubt after hearing that the demonic spirits were a race that used evil spirits for magic. But Harmakin was cooperating with him much more actively than he expected. "Do I just wear this on my head and lie down?" Harmakin opened the lid of the game capsule and picked up the brainwave helmet inside. Yu Jinho replied with a hesitant expression, "Yes. After wearing that on your head, you need to adjust the muscle setting values." "That's not necessary." Harmakin didn't lie down in the game capsule, but roughly sat down and tried to put the helmet on his head. But it was too small. It seemed like the helmet was made for humans and didn't fit his head. "Should I ask the production department to make a helmet that fits you?" "No, that's not necessary. I don't have brainwaves to measure in the first place." Harmakin simply put his hand into the brainwave helmet instead of his head, and he immediately pressed the power button. Beep! The game capsule started up. Originally, the brainwave helmet would start measuring the brainwaves of the user lying in the capsule and adjust the synchronization with the virtual reality. And when the loading was complete, their consciousness would connect to the virtual reality provided by Beautiful World. Connecting. Whoosh! Yu Jinho's eyes widened. Harmakin's giant body was suddenly sucked into the helmet. Monitor! Yu Jinho, startled, hurriedly turned on the monitor that showed the virtual reality Harmakin entered. Flash! And surprisingly there, as I thought, the shadow magic spirit with black steam blazing. Harmakin, who was sucked into the capsule, was standing there in the white virtual reality. Flash, flash, magic see! Iracles unfolded in his hands inside the monitor. Harmakin, manipulating those magic circles, raised his head, and incredibly, "Hey, can you see me?" Harmakin was looking directly at Yu Jinho, who was watching from outside the monitor, and spoke to him. Shiver. Goosebumps erupted all over Yu Jinho's body. How? This was absurd. Even for a magic spirit, how could he look outside the monitor while connected to virtual reality? But Harmakan replied with an unconcerned expression. That's why I said, instance dungeons are my specialty. What? What do you? Jinho's expression hardened at those words. Harmakan looked around the virtual reality surrounding him inside the monitor, then finally nodded and said, I'm sure, this isn't virtual reality, it's an instance dungeon using the dimensional gap. What? It's not virtual reality? What we created? I have no intention of arguing with a human about this. This is an instance dungeon. Ignoring Jinho's reaction, Harmakan looked him straight in the eye from inside the monitor and asked bluntly what he was curious about. So, I'll ask, did you really create this game capsule? Oh, of course. Our developers put in all their effort. No, you're wrong. I'll ask again. Think back. Did you really design this system? Did no one really help you during the development phase? Help? We were the first in the world. How could we have received outside help? Of course, he retorted first. Beautiful World was undoubtedly the world's first virtual reality game. Who could have helped them design that system? Of course, our researchers all worked together too, but Jinho's voice gradually lost confidence. At the same time, he desperately tried to recall memories of the development phase. It was a time when the world was still peaceful, long before the cataclysm that turned it upside down. When Jinho's business, Ajin Soft, was just an ordinary game company that only released computer games, he recalled the faces of the developers who worked with him on the virtual reality game back then, one by one. Then he stopped. Huh? Jinho's expression suddenly stiffened. Chills ran down his spine. What is this? Something was wrong. Among the researchers that came to mind, there were faces whose memories were particularly blurry. It was as if they were completely erased, as if someone had forcibly scribbled over his memories. There was someone among the researchers whose features he couldn't clearly remember, and it wasn't just one, but several. No. It wasn't just their faces that were strange. Even the silhouettes of those wearing the same lab coats as the other researchers were far from ordinary humans. That appearance was like... The demonic spirits? Yes, that's correct. Harmakan nodded. Jinho finally succeeded in recalling the blank memories. Actually, this wasn't his first time having this experience. The shadow key that Suho handed him before, the feeling of remembering the memories of a time that no longer existed with its help. Perhaps thanks to that, Jinho succeeded in retrieving the memories that someone intentionally erased with just a brief conversation with Harmakan. And those memories contained a shocking truth. In the first place, this ability isn't something mere humans can handle. It's magic used by the demonic spirits who deal with souls. Souls. Yes, souls, not brainwaves. Harmakan nodded. This device was originally created as a magic circle to temporarily extract the soul from a living body, a magical device that indirectly allows you to experience an instance dungeon. Jinho's jaw dropped in shock. Don't tell me, you're talking about an out-of-body experience. That's a good expression, but this is a much safer method. Dimensional coordinates are firmly fixed within this game capsule so that the soul can return to the body. So to be precise, it's more accurate to call it a dream than an out-of-body experience. Lucid dream. Jinho muttered in a trance. Lucid dream. In other words, a conscious dream. A phenomenon where you dream while being aware that you are dreaming. In the end, what Harmakan was saying was that this virtual reality game, the masterpiece of Ajin Soft, was actually developed from the beginning to summon souls and make them have lucid dreams, and that was done with the help of the unknown magical race. Why? At this moment, what Jinho was most curious about was the reason. Why were there members of the demonic spirit race among our researchers? It was long before the cataclysm on Earth. Those monsters who were mixed among the numerous researchers without anyone noticing. For what reason did they help his company? What was their motive? You don't know the reason. I think I do. Harmakan's lips curled up slightly as he leisurely walked around the empty virtual reality beyond the monitor, as if he didn't care about Jinho's shock. He recalled old memories and muttered, "During the war against the rulers long ago, our magic world was eventually destroyed. Most of our race who lost the war died or barely survived by scattering like me." Russell Harmakan raised his hand, where black steam was blazing, and continued, "But now that I'm finally dead, I understand. For the demonic spirits who deal with souls, death is a blessing. The moment you become a shadow soldier, you can research magic of a much higher quality than in life. As he clenched his bony hand into a fist, a new magic circle unfolded on top of it. Playing with it with his fingertips, Harmakin's gaze turned to Yu Jinho again. Don't you understand yet? If there were demonic spirits who secretly helped you with your work, who would be behind them? Yu Jinho finally realized the answer himself. It was a brief memory that flashed through his mind. You're making a virtual reality game these days? Yes, brother, it's almost complete. We're having some trouble with the final stage of space implementation, but if we can solve that, it will be the birth of the world's first virtual reality game. Brother. The name that escaped his lips like a sigh, Sung Jinwoo. Clink, a small gathering over drinks. In that memory, there was Yu Jinho confidently expressing his ambition while drinking soda in front of Sung Jinwoo. Ha! Isn't it amazing just to imagine? When the game is complete, I'll let you try it first, brother. What, me first? Isn't that dangerous? Dangerous? Of course. I'll go in with you. You too? Of course. The world's first. Just the two of us entering virtual reality together. Yu Jinho at that time shouted confidently towards Sung Jinwoo, who chuckled and replied, So just trust and follow me, brother. I'll protect you. Well, that sounds fun. What was the expression on his brother's face at the end of that short conversation? He couldn't remember exactly, but Yu Jinho thought that what was contained in those eyes was probably longing. Yes. Do your best. I'll be rooting for you. The Shadow Monarch's support. Was it really just verbal? Yu Jinho, who had now regained the memories of a time that no longer existed, vaguely speculated about that day's memory, and there was one thing he was finally sure of. Perhaps even the desire he suddenly felt to create a virtual reality game was the result of his unconscious mind vaguely longing for a memory he didn't even know. And perhaps even his brother. And at that time, whoosh, Suho was relentlessly advancing north, with his shadow army, defeating all enemies that appeared before him. Level up. Level up. It was a bountiful harvest of levels. It was a good decision to enter North Korea. He felt truly refreshed. Having come to North Korea, he could just hunt without worrying about troublesome things like the hunter law or conflicts between guilds. This endless battle was probably his first since that time. Level Up Dream, the dream that his father created to test him. It was terribly difficult back then, but looking back, it was also a time when he truly felt alive, breaking free from his boring daily life. Another one, Rumble, the 9th Elvenwood crumbled before him. Chapter 274, Chapter 272, the problem occurred at the 10th one. The 10th Elvenwood, found using Circa's ice golem as a compass, had a significantly different structure from the previous ones. What is this? Keek? It was enough to surprise not only Suho but also Beru. A fortress? It was a strange sight. If the previous Elvenwoods were forest villages that seemed like they could exist only in fairy tales, the city that appeared before Suho and his party now was surrounded by high walls like a fortress. There is no barrier or perception-impairing magic around. As Beru said, unlike before, there was no dome-shaped transparent barrier around this Elvenwood. There was a blue mist obscuring the surroundings, but there was no trace of perception-impairing magic. Instead, solid walls made of stone, cement, and steel, showing signs of human intervention, protected the city. Master, shall we attack? Quay, who always led the charge, hesitated and looked at Suho. Another, Elvenwood is visible over there. The tip of Quay's sharp spear pointed towards the giant tree standing tall in the center of the fortress, surrounded by bulwarks. Although the tree trunk was half hidden by the high walls, it was definitely Elvenwood. The proof was the spirit birds wandering around it. They were leisurely flying over the fortress like ordinary birds in the city, or perched on the branches of Elvenwood, grooming their feathers. Circa looked at Suho. Suho, what should we do? Let's think about it for a moment. Where is this place, roughly? We already passed Pyongyang. First, Suho tried to figure out the approximate location of this fortress. Actually, he hadn't been curious about the names of the cities he passed through. What was the point of knowing the names in the first place? The terrain of North Korea had been randomly changed due to rampaging spirits and weather anomalies. The places that used to be cities now had lava flowing through them. The places that used to be mountains were split in half and turned into lakes. So the direction of movement was more important than the exact location. However, in this case, he wanted to know at least the name. But he couldn't see any signs on the walls. First of all, he had never heard of a fortress city surrounded by high walls like this existing in the middle of North Korea. My liege, it's getting dark. Beru, looking at the setting sun, urged Suho to make a decision. But he couldn't make up his mind. This was the first time the High Elves didn't come out to greet them, even though Circa was leading the way. Could it be that there are no elves inside? Just then, something caught Suho's eye as he calmly observed the fortress. People? Suho's eyes sparkled. It was humans. Looking closely, it wasn't elves but ordinary humans walking on the walls lit by the sunset. And they were armed guards like soldiers. A human-inhabited Elvenwood? All right, I've decided. Let's go in directly. Yes, then we'll break down the walls. Umu, Kwe, Mino, and Tao stepped forward confidently, as if they had been waiting for those words. Why? There's no barrier anyway. Let's just walk in. Yes, then we'll destroy the gates. Go back in. Sulking, the soldiers disappeared into the shadows with disappointed expressions at Suho's words. Circa, let's go in by ourselves and assess the situation. We need to get a feel for what kind of place this is. Then I'll leave the ice golem behind too. Just like that, only Suho and Circa approached the entrance of the fortress, on foot. Among the shadow soldiers, only Beru followed quietly, peeking his head out from above Suho's shadow. Who's there? As they approached the large gate, the gatekeepers blocked their path. Suho tilted his head. Korean? This was strange. There wasn't a hint of a North Korean accent in the gatekeeper's speech. Korean gatekeepers? In the middle of North Korea? Suho casually spoke to the guards. Hello, what is this place? What, you're South Korean? The pup gatekeepers also recognized their compatriot as soon as they heard his accent and had slightly relieved expressions. They even seemed a little happy. Was it because they met fellow countrymen in this foreign land? But despite that, they were still faithful to their duty. How did South Koreans get here? They pointed their sharp spears at Suarka and asked questions. Suho answered honestly, How? We just walked. Walked? It's quite a distance from South Korea. We ran a little, too. The conversation was a bit disjointed, but in the meantime, the gatekeeper's eyes were scanning Suho and Circa's attire. Although there were no visible wounds, their clothes were full of vivid signs of battle. They smelled of burning, as if they had passed through a path of lava. The captain of the guards asked, Is it just the two of you? Are there no other companions? No. Someone go check. Yes. At the captain's order, some of them personally ran in the direction Suho and Circa came from to check if there were any others hiding and came back. What? Is it really just the two of you? But how did you get here? Are there really no other companions? There were, but not anymore, Suho answered honestly. The gatekeeper's expressions became a bit solemn. Did they all die? Well, yes, that's right. I see, They became even more solemn. Of course, there was nothing incorrect about Suho's answer. It was true that the shadow soldiers were all dead, but the atmosphere became more and more serious with each answer. Yes, you young man must have been through a lot. The way here must have been rough. But where did you get this elf? How did you catch it? Catch an elf? Suho's eyes sparkled quickly. The undertone was strange. The gatekeepers were looking at Circa, who was standing blankly beside Suho, with curious eyes and whispering among themselves. She's a docile one. Her hair color is unique. She's so obedient even without a collar. Collar? Suho was curious and interrupted their conversation to ask. But the gatekeepers found that even stranger. Huh? You don't know about collars? When they took something out of their pockets, Suho couldn't help but nod, because he knew the item well. Magic restraint, what they took out was none other than the electronic anklet that the villains in Jisan prison wore. It contained a very powerful microbomb designed to explode immediately if the anklet was subjected to impact or if the wearer used magic power. It was a very vicious restraint tool. Was it a device invented under the leadership of Association President Wu Jinchul in the early days of the Cataclysm? He suddenly recalled what Baekmiho had told him. Actually, The association president insisted that the bomb should be attached to the neck, not the ankle. That's right. At that time, association president Wu Jinchul argued that it should be strong enough to blow off their heads if they used magic power to properly control villains. So its name during development was bomb collar. But that proposal was eventually rejected due to human rights violations, and they settled on attaching it to the ankle. But why is that suddenly appearing here? And they're calling it a collar. Don't tell me they're using it on the neck here. The more they talked, the more questions he had. Anyway, people who have this are either one of two things: villains or the association, or maybe another unknown group. Thinking that it was a good thing he didn't attack recklessly, Suho's gaze swept over the gatekeepers' necks and ankles. Naturally, there were no magic restraints attached to their bodies. Anyway, I have to give them some kind of answer so they won't be suspicious. The gatekeepers seemed wary of Circa, who wasn't wearing a collar. The only reason their wariness was low was because of her cute appearance, a small, young elf who looked to be around 10 years old. With her small body covered in thick silver hair down to her waist, she looked like a large hamster from behind. And most importantly, Circa fundamentally didn't understand Korean. Cha Hyein could communicate with her thanks to the necklace Sung Jinwoo gave her, and Suho could thanks to the system's effect, but she had been blankly watching from the side, not understanding anything the gatekeepers were saying, with a harmless expression. Pat. Suho's hand ruffled Circa's hair as he answered the gatekeeper's question. This one doesn't need a collar. I have a skill that works similarly to them. What? Skill? Skill? What skill? Seeing the gatekeeper's puzzled expressions, it seemed like it would be easier to just show them. Should I show them Gray? No, he has grown quite big recently, so they might be wary. He decided. He would show them something that wasn't a shadow soldier and didn't look threatening at first glance. Ragnar. Swoosh! The gatekeeper's eyes widened. A small lizard suddenly appeared from Suho's hand. Beep, dumb eyes. The small lizard with wings on its back opened its mouth wide on Suho's palm and looked around. Have you gained some weight? Beep, tilt. As Suho said, Ragnar had recently gained some weight and looked healthy. It seemed like Antares was working hard behind the scenes to increase his magic capacity. What, a summoning skill? Is he a summoner? The gatekeepers were slightly impressed by Suho's skill. There were many different skills in the world, but those were rare. Especially for summoners, a mediocre class among the support roles that didn't have the ability to protect themselves, it wasn't easy to survive in the apocalyptic wasteland that was North Korea. Then is this elf also your summon, not something you caught? Well, it's similar. Should I unsummon it to enter the city? No, there's no need for that. I'll lend you this collar, so put it on her neck. Make sure to return it when you leave. Thank you. Suho accepted the collar from the gatekeeper and thought, it was fortunate that Circa didn't understand Korean. Suho casually put the collar on her neck, but he didn't activate the lock and bomb, so she could take it off herself anytime. The gatekeepers finally lowered their spears that were pointed at Suho. So what is this place? Why ask? You'll see when you go in. The gatekeepers lowered their guard and opened the gate. Whoosh! The moment the door opened, he saw a dazzling neon sign. Huh? Suho was genuinely bewildered. The North Korean land where the darkness of night had fallen. In the middle of the hell that was the apocalypse, under the shadow cast by the giant tree, Elvenwood, the divine tree of the elves, a city adorned with colorful neon signs unfolded. Welcome. Welcome to paradise, the last oasis left in North Korea. Chapter 275, Chapter 273. Suho was speechless. What was the first impression of the city that unfolded before his eyes? Chinatown? Of course, there were various Chinatowns, but this one was quite scruffy and dark. Colorful neon signs, a chaotic and disorderly street, shabby walls covered in mold, and the people gathered in the corner of the stone wall, puffing out cigarette smoke, had somewhat haggard expressions. Oh, right, I had the same expression. The guard captain chuckled again, seeing Suho's face. Why? Are you surprised? Everyone who comes to this city for the first time has the same reaction. As if taking pride in this city, the captain explained things Suho might be curious about without him even asking. To put it simply, this is a kind of Chinatown, There are South Koreans, North Koreans, Chinese, and even Russians living together. As he said, the people walking around this chaotic city had a variety of appearances. Not only their looks, but also their nationalities were diverse. The reason why there were people from other countries here was obvious. This place in North Korea was adjacent to China, Russia, and South Korea. But that aside, there were two things that Suho noticed. One, my liege, all the humans here have magic power. Suho nodded silently at Beru's whisper. A city of awakened ones. It was only natural, wasn't it? Could non-awakened people even survive in North Korea until now? Most would have been killed by magical beasts, or eroded by magic power and burned to death as mist burns. The journey to reach this city would have been difficult, even for awakened ones. But this wasn't surprising. The second thing that caught Suho's attention was the problem. You're curious about the collars on their necks, right? As expected, he understood. Yes. The guard captain grinned as he saw what people Suho was looking at. Among those smoking, there were individuals wearing bomb collars, but their shapes were slightly different from the ones Circa was wearing. Numbers made of LEDs were flashing on the surface. That collar is different from the one we lent to your summon. It's a modified version with the magic restraint function removed, leaving only the bomb. The magic restraint function is gone? Yes. Of course, it still explodes upon impact, so if you carelessly take it off, your head will be blown off. Suho had a puzzled expression. They removed the magic restraint function from the device meant to restrain villains? Then what was that thing for? The purpose is completely different. It's called a credit choker. Credit choker? Credit necklace? No, a loan necklace. Grin. The guard captain's smile, which had been friendly until now, turned cold for the first time. Those wearing the choker are all debtors, those who haven't paid back their bank loans. Bank loans? Yes. Are you confused? You'll get used to it soon. You'll need money to survive here anyway. Just then, a substantial building appeared before them. A large signboard was attached to the front. The guard captain personally guided Suho and Circa there. Bank? Bank? Yes, this is a place where people live, so you'll need money to at least buy food, right? And you'll need money for lodging if you want to sleep. Ah, so that's how it is. Suho finally realized the identity of the inconsistency he sensed since entering this city. Despite his rough appearance, the guard captain was quite friendly to him. Except for the first encounter, the atmosphere was welcoming to the point of being overly friendly to an unknown outsider, strange for a gatekeeper guarding the walls. But now he understood. The original purpose of the high walls surrounding this city was to defend against magical beast invasions. But if it wasn't magical beasts, but people, especially awakened ones with enough power to come this far, this city had no choice but to welcome them. Other countries' currencies are useless here. Transactions are only made with coins that are used exclusively in our city. So hoes who come here for the first time, like you, have to borrow money from the bank first. Suho nodded. So we become debtors from the start. Right. But don't think too peculiarly about it. Everyone starts that way. Don't worry. You can pay back the debt quickly. He was curious about how to repay that debt, but the question was soon resolved. Hey, newbie alert! The guard captain cheerfully threw open the bank door, and one of the employees inside who was doing paperwork recognized him and smiled brightly. Oh, Mr. Park Youngjun, are you on guard duty today? You brought a new customer? Ha ha ha! Yes, you punk! Give me my referral fee now. Yes, sure. I'll give it to you right away. You're lucky. A newbie came on your shift. The employee's gaze quickly swept over Suho and Circa, standing beside the guard captain, and then, with a bright smile, he held out 2 documents to them. Welcome to paradise. Here's the form for citizen registration, and the other is a loan agreement for your settlement funds. Glancing at the documents, they were translated into Korean, Chinese, and Russian. For the citizen registration, he just had to write his name. The problem was the settlement funds. He understood that they were lending, not giving, the settlement funds, but the problem was the interest rate. The interest rate is crazy. Even loan sharks wouldn't charge this much. An absurdly high interest rate, a bank that blatantly demanded such a rip-off loan. But considering the environment outside the city, it was only natural. If you didn't like it, you could just leave. The proof was the reaction when Suho asked the employee, after carefully reading the documents, "Can I borrow the money later?" "Yes, of course. We never force loans." Suho caught the employee's brows briefly furrowing, despite the friendly tone. But he quickly put on a bright face, glanced at the guard captain who brought Suho, and said in an apologetic tone, "It's common for those visiting our city for the first time to feel repulsed by the credit choker. But don't worry too much. You'll be able to pay back the settlement funds quickly if you just complete a few requests from our bank." Requests? Yes. In game terms, quests. Ha ha ha. It seems like it's easier for young people to understand when I use games as an example. You get rewards for completing quests. Ah, give me my reward first. For your information, guiding an outsider like this to the bank also grants a reward. The guard captain, who had been asking for a referral fee, was getting impatient. The employee nodded and handed a few coins to the captain. Clank. Okay, here you go. It's not even that much for someone without any debt. Anyway, come back later for the loan. For now, just write your name on the citizen registration document, and you can go. As the guard captain happily received the referral fee, he said to Suho, "By the way, fake names are also allowed." When Suho looked at him, the guard captain grinned and said, "What, did you really come all the way here to foolishly write your real name?" Suho's eyes widened at those words. It wasn't because he was told to register with a fake name in front of the employee, but because of what he said next. "Woo Jinchul will come chasing after you and gobble you up." Tsk, no reaction? Kids these days. Listening to that unfunny dad joke, Suho finally realized. Milet this place? Yes. The true identity of this city. This was none other than the last settlement for the villains who successfully escaped to North Korea to avoid Association President Woo Jinchul. Then the Chinese and Russian people here must be villains who escaped from those countries. Let's kill them all. Ah, but before that, we need Harmakan to get experience points from them. Beru, who was quietly planning a massacre with wicked eyes, was disappointed to realize Harmakan's absence. It wasn't a matter of just killing the villains they found. They had to have him surround the area with an instant's dungeon, first to gain experience points from them. If Harmakan, who was temporarily left in South Korea, were here, he would have burned down this bank before even getting a loan. But you're really lucky, customer. Where did you catch that young elf? The bank employee also showed curiosity towards Circa, who was obediently following Suho as they were leaving the bank. Well, now that I've told you about the bank's location and the credit choker, I've done my part for the referral fee. I'll just give you some advice. After leaving the bank, on the way back, the guard captain showed Suho around the city and said, "There's no city hall here. First and foremost, it's a lawless zone, so no one will say anything even if you do whatever you want. However, if you act recklessly just because you have power, you'll vanish without a trace. Even awakened people are defenseless when they sleep." He pointed to the main street that ran through the center of the city. On one side of this main street, the Chinese live, and on the other side, the Koreans live. The North Korean and Russian areas are over there. It's not that this place is strictly divided by nationality, but it's safer to sleep if you live with fellow countrymen. Of course, it's just a matter of feeling. A lawless zone that was neither illegal nor unlawful. This meant that if someone suddenly attacked and tried to kill an individual sleeping in their quarters, no one could protect them. Be extremely careful of the debtors wearing chokers. Those with high numbers are really dangerous. You saw the interest rate, right? Their debt is constantly increasing every moment, and if they can't pay it back, they go boom. So if you don't want to die, you have to carry out the requests from the bank. If you don't want to pay a commission, you can trade directly. Barter is often more convenient if you don't have any debt. Suho suddenly recalled the numerous request forms that were next to the bank employee. The contents varied, but to summarize, they were roughly like this: elf hunting, magical beast hunting, edible, retrieving appliances or furniture requested by the client from outside the city. Some of them were requests directly from the bank, but most were from people living in the city asking the bank for things they needed. And the institution received a commission in between. But what he was most curious about was the elf part. Why were the people here hunting elves? I get it for me, but these people don't even get experience points, so why? Suho asked the guard captain. I saw that the reward for catching elves was the highest. Why do you hunt them? Why? It's obvious. The guard captain replied casually, pointing at the elvenwood standing tall in the center of the city, because there's no better fertilizer than elf corpses to grow that. Suho instinctively covered Circa's ears with his hands, although she probably wouldn't have understood because it was Korean, and he turned his gaze back to elvenwood. Come to think of it, there was one noticeable difference between the 9 elvenwoods he had found so far and the one here. It was the size. The elvenwood growing in this city was twice as thick and large. Could the reason be? Strangely, you can find quite a few elves in this North Korean land. If you catch them and bury them in this land, Alfheim loves it. Suho asked, Is Alfheim the name of that tree? Ah, are you weak in mythologies? Alfheim. He seemed to recall that the land of elves appearing in mythology was called that. Perhaps it was named that because it was effective for growing that tree. Well, the rationale behind the name wasn't important. More critically, Suho couldn't help but be concerned about one part of the guard captain's words. But what do you mean by growing that tree? If you offer fertilizer to Alfheim and make it grow, it bears fruit. There are no healers in this city, so when we get hurt, we eat that fruit. It greatly increases vitality and regenerative abilities. It can even this. The guard captain pointed towards a dark alley where debtors wearing chokers were gathered, and there was a sight that was hard to call human. Suho, Circa, and even Beru's expressions hardened. An arm. It was only high-ranking healers who could completely heal a severed arm. Moreover, there weren't even any low-ranking healers living in this city. Then what should they do if their arm was cut off? An ordinary person would die from the bleeding alone. But among the debtors that the guard captain pointed at, there were those who stood out. Humans with giant magical beast arms attached to their shoulders where normal appendages should be. Amazing, right? If you eat the fruit, you can even transplant magical beast body parts onto yourself. Suho finally saw the true nature of this city, the deep darkness that lay beneath the colorful neon signs that adorned it like a club district. The villains here were patchworks who prolonged their lives by transplanting monster parts onto themselves. We call those patchworks enhanced humans. You too will probably go to the bank yourself and get a loan when you get hurt, to buy the fruit. Chapter 276, Chapter 274. Suho finally saw the true nature of this city after hearing the guard captain's explanation. Last paradise. A haven to villains, and at the same time, their last stronghold for survival. The enhanced humans who survived in this city by eating the fruits of elvenwood and replacing their injured body parts with those of magical beasts. And the existence of the bank that imposed the shackles of debt on them, constantly assigning them dangerous and difficult tasks. Suho muttered, So that tree is the lifeline of this city. That's right. If it weren't for Alfheim, we would have all died long ago. Even if we're injured or sick from magical beast attacks or weather anomalies, we can survive as long as we have the fruit of that tree. The guard captain nodded and chuckled. Well, everyone gradually becomes a debtor and an enhanced human. The fruit. Suho slowly raised his head and looked up at Alfheim. It was so tall that his neck stiffened. Its circumference seemed like it would take dozens of people holding hands to encircle it. Compared to any of the elvenwoods he had seen so far, the fattened divine tree of the elves was overwhelmingly beautiful and exuded vibrant energy. But ironically, what surrounded the base of the elvenwood in this city were the gray old concrete buildings built by humans. That flashy yet dark, somewhat shabby and slum-like scenery was like looking at the Kowloon-walled city in Hong Kong. But if you looked at it from a slightly different perspective, this place was like a giant flower pot. This whole city. Yes, a flower pot. The structure of this city was like a giant planter that existed solely to grow a single tree and bear fruit. The only difference was that those who tended this flower pot had changed from high elves to humans. In the end, the villains here were also being raised to live for elvenwood, just like the elves. No, looking at the results, humans were actually better at growing elvenwood. The proof was the fruit. There were no fruits on the elvenwoods I've seen so far. Actually, besides the size, there was one more difference in the appearance here. The color of the leaves. The branches of the elvenwoods, where the high elves lived, always had fresh green leaves. But the leaves here were a mixture of green and red, like autumn leaves about to fall. Autumn has begun. Circa, who was looking at the same scenery as Suho, muttered softly. Sillad agreed. King of the Snowfolk and the Monarch of Frost says that the season of harvest has already arrived in this land. Suho nodded at his comment. The words of Sillad, who became a monarch by enduring the harsh winter, contained more meaning than that. The seasons of the elves were a completely different concept from those on Earth. They flowed according to the growth of elvenwood, regardless of the passage of time. It wasn't that autumn came and the fruits were born, but rather, because elvenwood had grown enough to bear fruit, it was called autumn. Then, what would come next? King of the Snowfolk and the Monarch of Frost declares that this city will soon perish. Circa had already smelled a familiar scent the moment she set foot in this city. For her, who was born in the harsh cold, the winter of the elves was as familiar as home. So she could estimate when that winter would arrive. Winter will come soon. When all those leaves turn red, when all the leaves fall. And that day would be the date this city would perish. Suho nodded at Circa's words, and he looked up at the fruits hanging at the end of the red leaves high above. Before Suho could even ask, the guard captain quickly answered, "Yes, those are the fruits. You could call it the blood of Alfheim." Suho nodded at the guard captain's words. As he described, even from afar, the fruits looked like red blood, round and plump, hanging from the branches. But the guard captain suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Actually, harvesting those fruits isn't easy. It's extremely dangerous." Dangerous? Yes, Alfheim is a tree, but it's also a living creature. You wouldn't like having your blood taken, would you? Well, elvenwood was originally a dangerous tree that directly consumed elves. So the bank also puts out requests to harvest Alfheim's fruits. Usually, it's the debtors who take them, those with the chokers. The reward must be high. Of course, you have to risk your life and climb that tree yourself. If you fall in the middle, your back will be broken, and the branches and spirits often interfere. The guard captain explained with a grin. He also revealed his intention for explaining so kindly to Suho. But it's become even harder to harvest the fruit recently. Why? Alfheim is getting stronger. More than half of those who go to harvest them don't return, or they come back injured and end up eating the fruit they risked their lives to get. The guard captain spoke to Suho in a low voice. "So, would you be interested in taking a fruit harvesting request?" "Me?" "Yes, you're a summoner, aren't you? You can just summon that lizard and make it climb the tree. There's no need to take any risks." Aha, so that's what it was. Seeing the hopeful gleam in the guard captain's eyes, Suho finally realized why he had been so friendly. "So you're saying that even though summoning skills are mediocre in battle, they're perfect for harvesting fruits? Besides, what are you going to do tonight? You'll have to sleep on the streets because you don't have money for food or lodging." The guard captain had no doubt that Suho would accept his proposal. Originally, those who came to this city for the first time, like Suho, were reluctant to take out bank loans at first. But that only lasted a day or two. Don't forget, this city might look like this, but it's a dangerous place teeming with villains. In a situation where anyone can suddenly turn into a robber, it's better to have a fruit or two in advance in case you get hurt. So you're saying to harvest the fruit in advance? Yes, if you try to buy the fruit from the market after getting hurt, they'll suddenly raise the price. This is a lawless zone, so the market rate fluctuates. I'll think about it. Hey, don't be so hesitant and think positively. If you're in danger while summoning under the tree, I'll protect you. I might look like this, but I'm a well-known tanker, enough to be the guard captain. What he ultimately wanted from Suho was a partnership, but the guard captain wouldn't even dream that Beru was chuckling in Suho's shadow while listening to his nonsense. Foolish human, our liege has potions. Why would he need that ominous fruit? Anyway, think about it carefully, and let's talk again tomorrow. Your mind will change after spending a night on the streets. With those last words, he returned to his jurisdiction. Ah, and be careful of debtors when you sleep on the streets, especially those with high choker numbers. They're merciless. Even as he was leaving, the guard captain couldn't let go of Suho and told him about a relatively safe alley to sleep in. He's kind until the end. He talks too much, like an explanation bug. Suho's gaze briefly lingered on Beru. He chuckled and looked back at Circa, asking, "Well, anyway, shall we start looking for a place to sleep?" Place to sleep? Circa, who had been following Suho silently because she didn't understand Korean, tilted her head. "My liege, you're a noble person. Why would you sleep on the streets? Just use shadow exchange and go to Korea to sleep comfortably. Of course, we could do that." Beru's advice was truly wise. With a single skill use, a soft bed in Korea awaited them, so why bother suffering needlessly? And bring Harmacon with you on your way back. That's true too. Beru tilted his head. It seemed like Suho had no intention of following his advice, and his steps were already leading into the alley that the guard captain recommended as a good place to sleep. "Are you really going to sleep on the streets?" "No, but isn't this strange?" A mischievous smile appeared on Suho's lips as he entered the alley. The guard captain, that considerate man, he's also a villain who escaped from South Korea, but he's too kind. Suddenly, the moment they entered the dark alley, Suho's eyes turned cold. Yes, this is normal. Suho gave a chilling smile as he looked at those surrounding him. The alley that the guard captain recommended was already occupied by guests who were waiting for Suho, chokers around their necks, patchwork beggars with monstrous arms transplanted. The most dangerous alley in the city, where the hyenas of the streets who preyed on newcomers gathered. And at the very back of them, the guard captain, who had been kind to Suho until the end, was sitting leisurely. "Nice to see you again?" "Ah, don't think too badly of me. There's one more request from the bank, to guide newcomers around the city, and to make them indebted to the bank." The guard captain waved with a sly smile from behind the debtors at Suho's greeting. "I honestly think your skill is optimized for harvesting fruits, so I thought I should first tear off one of your arms so you'll need a fruit and listen to me." No wonder the bank employee gave the guard captain a look earlier. Suho chuckled as he realized the meaning of that glance. They said they don't force loans, but it seems like starting as a debtor is the national rule. Right, it's that kind of place. What are you all waiting for? Attack him all at once. As soon as he finished speaking, the debtors of the city rushed towards Suho all at once, swinging the giant magical beast arms they transplanted onto their bodies. "My liege, if you're going to kill these guys anyway, do it when Harmacon is here." Beru's advice, concerned about experience points even in this situation, was touching. Suho chuckled and waved his hand lightly at those words. "I know, but there's still something to check." Bang! At Suho's light gesture, the giant fist of the villain that was charging towards him exploded like a balloon. Beyond the shocked expressions of the debtors, a look of something going wrong flashed in the guard captain's wide eyes. "Aha?" Circa, on the other hand, had a refreshed expression. "I don't know what you're saying, but I understand this." Whoosh! An ice tree spear appeared in Circa's hand, who was previously staring blankly because she didn't understand Korean, and crack! After one night in Alfheim, where autumn had just begun, a winter wind arriving slightly early froze the entire dark alley. Chapter 277, Chapter 275. Putting Circa through such harsh training had paid off. Suho had now toppled a total of 9 elvenwoods. Countless high elves, clinging to their pathetic existences, had lost their lives in the process. The spirits that had been swarming inside their bodies like parasites scattered in a panic. Some even lunged at him like vengeful ghosts. But no matter what they did, the result was the same. All those spirits were eventually captured by Suho and burned to death, or were forced into submission by Circa, countless times. And the result was this. Whoosh! It has descended. Crackle! A chilling frost, originating from Circa's small body, instantly engulfed the dark alleyway. The enhanced humans, caught in the pure white blizzard, began to freeze one by one. Ooh-ah! What is this? Screams of terror filled the air as the enhanced humans desperately tried to turn and flee, but it was already too late. Circa's power of frost transformed the entire alley into an icy kingdom in the blink of an eye. Sharp icicles jutted out from the walls. They were frozen solid, faces contorted in terror. And then, crack, crack, crack! With the sound of ice cracking, the debtors' bodies began to crumble. The magical beast arms and legs grafted onto them, shattered like ice sculptures. Kug! They barely managed to break free from the ice, but their bodies were already in a terrible state. Some of them, their hands trembling from the cold, desperately pulled out the fruits they had hidden in their pockets and shoved them into their mouths. But whoosh! My liege, I think these are the fruits. The fruits in their hands were all snatched away by Beru and brought to Suho. Ding! Obtained item, contaminated elvenwood fruit. Life slowly faded from the eyes of the enhanced humans as they stared blankly at the scene, and at that moment, kaboom! The credit chokers around their necks began to explode simultaneously. Kaboom! Crash! Bang! Bang! It seems they're designed to explode automatically when debtors die. Suho was a little surprised by the considerable explosive power of the credit chokers. Even Circa was startled and created a wall of ice to block the blast. And the corpses of the enhanced humans left behind were missing their heads. It would be best to avoid close combat when facing them in the future. And at that moment, no way. The captain of the guard, who was watching the whole scene from the end of the alley, was the very picture of shock and terror. What was happening? He couldn't believe it even though he was seeing it with his own eyes. Just a few seconds ago. No, just a second ago. A situation he could never have imagined unfolded before his eyes. I have to run. The survival instinct in his mind was frantically sounding the alarm, urging him to flee. But his feet wouldn't move. It wasn't just because of fear. His ankles were firmly bound by Circa's ice, and before him, inevitable death was approaching. He desperately tried to make excuses. No, this is a misunderstanding. I can explain everything. I was just. Suho was approaching, slowly walking on the ice. It's true. I didn't really intend to kill you, just enough to need the fruit. It's just a custom, something everyone goes through. Incoherent excuses began to pour out from the terrified captain's mouth. Suho nodded and replied, a misunderstanding. Well, that could be true, that you were overly friendly, and that I came all the way here. That made the captain of the guard even more terrified. Why didn't he know? How could he only realize it now? Come to think of it, that guy was always like this from the beginning. The villains who escaped to North Korea through the 38th parallel were usually full of malice or bloodlust, wary of everything. In this hell, you couldn't trust anyone. But that guy was different. He was so naive that he thought he was a sucker, obediently following him and receiving guidance, like a tourist on vacation. And that attitude, continued even now. Suho's nonchalant approach, without a hint of killing intent, was even more terrifying to the captain of the guard. Wait, I'm useful. If you spare me, I'll tell you everything I know. There are many things you need to know to adapt to this city. If you kill me, don't worry about that, kind villain. You'll be even kinder when you're dead. Shiver. Beru, who had approached him, patted his shoulder with the kindest expression in the world. The captain of the guard, terrified, suddenly pulled out 2 daggers that he had hidden as a trump card and threw them towards Suho's heart and neck. Whoosh! Die! But the daggers were a feint. Before they could even reach Suho, he unleashed all the attacks he could muster towards Suho in a frenzy. Krah! Don't come closer. Don't come any closer. If you kill me, you won't be safe either. Stab. Were you in the middle of a conversation? He suddenly attacked. Circa, who had approached, stabbed the captain of the guard with her ice tree spear and looked back at Suho with a harmless expression, apologizing. At the same time, life slowly drained from the captain's eyes, which were full of malice. Keek, Master's precious experience points. Beru was still complaining about experience points, even though so many people had died. It was confusing who the real villains were. But Suho wasn't any better. They wouldn't have given me much experience points anyway. He didn't feel particularly guilty. First of all, the villains who escaped to North Korea to avoid the association were all those who deserved to die. If they had committed lesser crimes, there would be no reason to come to this cutthroat apocalypse on their own. Arise. Suho extracted the shadows of the dead without hesitation. Shadow extraction successful. Shadow extraction successful. Shadow extraction successful. In the cold alley where winter arrived a little early, screams echoed from the shadows of the debtors whose heads were blown off by the choker's explosions. And when they finally rose from death, the souls of those who had been struggling to survive under the burden of debt were no longer shackled by chokers. Shadow-enhanced soldier, level 1. A strange light flickered in Suho's eyes as he looked at the new soldiers that appeared before him. The magical beast body parts transplanted onto their bodies remain even after death. Sita will be a little upset when he sees this. I agree. It's similar to the lizard men that he perfected through experiments. Sita, who caused a commotion in India, saying he would strengthen humanity, modified humans into lizardmen after countless experiments. But although the principle was different for the villains here, the results were quite similar. Seeing that the changes in the body affect the soul, the effects of the fruit must be greater than I thought. Suho carefully examined the fruits that Beru retrieved, and an information window popped up. Item: contaminated elvenwood fruit. Type: fruit of elvenwood, the divine tree of the elves. Upon consumption, temporarily amplifies recovery ability, but the seed of elvenwood takes root in the body, causing permanent mutations. Contaminated with an unknown energy. Effect: recovery amplification, increases HP and MP recovery speed by 200%. Side effect: erosion, permanent damage to the body. Suho made a disgusted face as he read the information. If you eat this, elvenwood takes root in your body? Is it like cordyceps? And what is it contaminated with? No matter how much he looked at the information window, there was no specific information about the contamination. Beru warned, I can faintly sense Itarim's energy. You absolutely must not eat it as is. I won't. Suho had no intention of eating it anyway. How can I eat it after seeing that? Suho pointed at the corpses of the enhanced humans. Wriggle, wriggle. Air souls had turned into shadow soldiers, but thin roots were wriggling like tentacles in the wounds of the remaining corpses. The sight was quite grotesque, like looking at blood vessels without blood. Now I understand how they grafted magical beast body parts. It seems like the roots of elvenwood forcibly intertwined the human and magical beast bodies from the inside. Circa's expression also hardened. Silid, was elvenwood originally like this? King of the Snowfolk and the Monarch of Frost, says he's never seen anything like this before. Captain of the Guard. Yes, when Suho looked at the captain of the guard, who was now a shadow soldier standing before him, he responded with black steam rising from his body. What happens if you eat several of these fruits at once? The effects stack. How many? I don't know exactly. It's a very expensive item, so they only eat several at once when they're fatally injured. I see. It's a creepy fruit. In the end, the more you eat, the more roots of elvenwood grow inside your body. It wouldn't be strange if you eventually become a walking tree. Suho looked up at the sky. Beautiful branches and leaves covering the city's roof and ceiling. Blood-red fruits hanging at that dizzying height. Suho turned his gaze back to the captain of the guard and asked, Captain of the Guard, tell me everything you know about this city. Anything is fine. Yes, this city is largely divided into 4 factions. The first is the bank. It looks like a simple financial institution on the surface, but it actually controls this city, especially since it has control over the distribution of the fruit. It's at the center of all transactions. And the second is the Hunter Guild. It's a gathering of enhanced humans who have received magical beast body part transplants, and they're in charge of the city's actual combat power. Their main job is to earn fruits by carrying out the bank's requests. They also hunt magical beasts or procure supplies from outside the city, depending on the request. Fruits? Is there a separate reason why they need to keep getting fruits? The enhanced humans have strong pride, believing they have transcended humanity, so they obsessively want to transplant superior magical beast body parts onto themselves to become even stronger. Should we consider this an addiction as well? Yes, that's an accurate expression. And the third is the Free Market Alliance. It's a loose association formed by the city's merchants and debtors. It's not an official organization, but it accounts for a significant portion of the city's economy. They trade all items except for the fruit. So the bank strictly controls the fruit. Yes, the fruits that the debtors harvest at the bank's request belong entirely to the bank, and when they get injured, they have to take out loans to buy the fruits they harvested with their own hands. Suho was silent for a moment. He recalled the face of the bank employee who welcomed him with a bright smile. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't the expression of welcoming a new customer, but a new slave. Then what's the last faction? The enforcers. Yes, the enforcers act independently from other factions and maintain order in the city. They're not usually seen unless there's a special situation. I've only heard rumors, but it's said that there's even an S-rank villain among the enforcers. An S-rank villain? A strange light flickered in Suho's eyes as he listened to the captain of the guard's explanation. No wonder the system is more organized than I expected for a lawless zone. So there are guys maintaining order behind the scenes? But a strange thought suddenly occurred to him. Suho looked around the ice-covered alley and asked, "When do the enforcers appear? No one showed up, even though we caused this much commotion." This is a city where villains gather. This level of commotion happens quite often. Suho's lips curled up at those words. Then what do I have to do to make tea? Hem show up? My liege, wouldn't they come out if you killed all the villains here? The captain of the guard shook his head at Beru's words. No, if the city falls, the enforcers will leave to find a new home, as always, and they'll build a new city. As always? Yes. As I explained at the beginning, this city is the last paradise left in North Korea. There used to be more cities for villains. The enforcers are those who escaped from those ruined cities and built a new city here. Why did those cities fall? It's obvious. Because of Association President Woo Chul. Chapter 278, Chapter 276. Suho nodded at the guard captain's last words. Association President Woo Jinchul. No wonder the association's North Korea strategy is taking longer than expected, so this is what was going on. Even Suho hadn't thought of this before coming here himself. He had thought that Association President Woo Jinchul was only clearing out magical beasts in North Korea, but it turned out he was dealing with not only them, but also villains. Moreover, he hadn't even imagined that villains were building cities and living like this. Quite a few people in South Korea were already dissatisfied with Association President Woo Jinchul's long absence. Who would like it? He created the association, but he himself was away, wandering somewhere else. And the biggest problem was that Choi Jong-in, an S-rank hunter, was among the association hunters he took to North Korea. If only the ultimate hunter had stayed in South Korea. No, if he had just handed over the position of association president to Choi Jong-in and left, no one would be dissatisfied with Woo Jinchul's actions like this. The presence of a single S-rank hunter, a walking weapon of war, was that significant. In fact, the various cumbersome procedures Suho had to go through to get permission to enter North Korea were also a butterfly effect caused by Choi Jong-in's absence. But from our country's perspective, the existence of a city like this is much more threatening than magical beasts acting on instinct. The presence of a city of villains right above their heads was a much more threatening situation than when North Korea was still stable before the cataclysm. So it would have been only natural for the association president to wipe out the villains' cities whenever he saw them. And no matter how many criminals gathered, it wouldn't be a threat to him. He had Choi Jong-in by his side. Just as Suho burned down Elven Woods, Choi Jong-in was an S-rank hunter who also mainly used fire magic, so he would be able to turn Elvenwood into a sea of flames. Thinking of Woo Jinchul, Suho suddenly became curious. But why is this city still safe? That's because it hasn't been discovered by Woo Jinchul yet. That's the enforcer's main job first and foremost, to rebuild the city in a place where Woo Jinchul can't see it. Besides, the walls of this one are more robust than ever. Suho nodded. Well, even the great association president Woo Jinchul wouldn't be able to control everything happening in North Korea. Moreover, the blue mist was so thick in this land that even satellite cameras couldn't penetrate it. If they retraced Woo Jinchul's path and built a new city, it wouldn't be difficult to avoid him. And as long as the enforcers were safe, a city like this could be rebuilt anytime, anywhere. Seriously, it's like a cockroach nest. The queen of insects, the plague monarch, perks up her ears. Go back in. I wasn't calling you. Suho dismissed Queratia's presence and thought about what he had to do now based on the information he received from the guard captain. My liege, how about this? While you're burning everything down as usual, I'll take the soldiers and secretly search for those who escape. Beru added with bloodthirsty eyes. No, we don't know who the enforcers are. We have to consider the possibility that they're not in the city at all times. First of all, if no one knew who they were, there was no point in killing all the villains here and turning them into shadow soldiers. So we have to make them come out by themselves. Wait, what was the role of the enforcers? To maintain order in the city? Yes, that's correct. Then the answer is clear. Suho smirked at the guard captain's words and said, we just need to make them want to maintain order in this city. Smirk, a city that was surprisingly well organized for a lawless zone. Suho had plenty of ways to disrupt the system here. Then first? Excluding the enforcers, there were three main factions that ruled this city openly. The Bank, the Hunter Guild, and the Free Market Alliance. Among these three, the most vulnerable one was obviously the loose association of merchants and debtors. The market. Shall we shake up the market first? Having decided on a rough plan, Suho grinned and looked back at Circa, asking, Circa, are you tired? Let's go to sleep. Where will we sleep? Circa tilted her head at his words. But even before receiving an order, the guard captain quickly moved, took out the money bag he had stashed in his dead body's pocket, and respectfully offered it to Suho. It's not much, but this should be enough to get you lodging for a while. Oh, what a kind person. Clank Suho chuckled and gladly accepted the money bag. But thank you, but I don't need lodging. Flash, Suho took out the shadow dungeon key. When it comes to sleeping, it's best to rest in a comfortable place, and I haven't done today's daily quest yet. Entering Shadow Dungeon. Just like that, Suho and Circa disappeared into the Shadow Gate. A while later. What? The bank employee, who was leisurely waiting for word of Suho, hardened his expression as he belatedly heard the news about the guard captain. The guard captain was found dead? Yes, all the enhanced humans he took with him were also dead, and the whole area was frozen? Yes, there were traces of high-level ice magic. With this much power, it's at least A rank. A rank? I thought he was a summoner. The bank employee, who received the report from the debtor wearing a choker, let out a hollow laugh. But his eyes were filled with killing intent more than ever. It was the complete opposite of the welcoming atmosphere he exuded when he first met Suho. Then what was that elf? Was it not a summon, but something he captured and tamed, or another skill altogether? Suspicions piled up, and various scenarios came to his mind. If it's just an A-rank villain appearing in the city, it's not a problem. They'll eventually need money to survive here anyway. It wasn't necessary for all citizens to be debtors. Making newcomers like the one today fall into debt was just a custom. It was more about testing their abilities, to see how and where to use them, and to find out any hidden skills. And the fact that the guard captain, who even took the enhanced humans with him, was annihilated wasn't a big deal either. There were plenty of replacements in the Hunter Guild, but the problem was, somehow, I have a bad feeling about this. Yes, this newcomer felt strange from the first time he saw him. The calmness subtly revealed in his expression and attitude, something that couldn't be explained by mere bravado. It was an expression rarely seen in the apocalyptic North Korea. The bank employee's gaze suddenly turned to the desk. There was the citizen registration form he left behind. Name, Beru. Tsk. Even when using a fake name, it has to be something sensible. It's not like he's making a game ID. Kids these days. It was pathetic, no matter how many times he looked at it. Everyone used fake names in this city, but his naming sense was still terrible from the perspective of someone who had to be called by that name. However, what if even that name was meant to lower their guard? Why? Is there a possibility that he's Wu Jinchul's pawn? The debtor shook his head at the bank employee's words, who voiced the worst-case scenario among the possibilities he was considering. No way. If that were the case, he would have settled things quietly instead of escalating them like this. That's true. Anyway, he's a suspicious guy, so we'll have to keep an eye on him for a while. So where is that Beru guy staying today? That's He isn't. What? What do you mean? He isn't staying anywhere? The debtor stammered at the bank employee's cold gaze. It's true. Whether he disappeared into the sky or into the ground, his traces have completely vanished from the alley where the bodies were found. Find him. You said he even took the guard captain's money bag, so there's no way he's sleeping on the streets. It's true, I'm currently having my subordinates search the entire area, but we can't find him. You incompetent fools, find him even if you have to stay up all night. At the bank employee's roar, the debtor left the bank as if he was being chased away. Yes, and following his orders, he searched the city all night looking for Suho, who had disappeared. But all that effort was in vain. In the morning, Suho was leisurely strolling through the middle of the market. Found him! He's at the market right now. You couldn't find him for the whole night. Don't even dream of having your debt forgiven. The debtor despaired at those words. Debt was this scary. But fortunately, this wasn't the only thing he had to report. But that Beru guy, he started selling something at the market this morning. What? He suddenly started doing business? The bank employee had a strange expression when he heard those words. The first thing newcomers did when they arrived in the city was to sell the things they brought from South Korea to earn money. But why? He had a bad feeling about this again. Where is he? I'll have to see it myself. I'll guide you right away. The debtor, delighted that his debt might be reduced, led the way with a bright expression. A little later, the bank employee, guided by the debtor and arriving at the place where Beru was doing business, froze on the spot. What are those? This was absurd. Unbelievable. The market was vast. The citizens of this city did business fiercely to pay off their debts to the bank, or to avoid debt. But where did all those goods come from? At most, they were personal belongings brought from South Korea. Those would be sold out in half a day. After that, they would have to leave the city and risk their lives to find something worth money, just like everyone else. But where did all those things come from? The bank employee couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Wow, what is all this? It's been so long since I've seen food like this. They even have cream cake. Beru was selling Korean food in the middle of the market, an enormous amount of food, as if he had brought an entire supermarket from South Korea. Chapter 279, Chapter 277. Have you ever tasted magical beast meat? It's terribly unappetizing. And not only that, it's also toxic. If you recklessly eat it, you'll get indigestion, and your stomach itself might melt, or all your organs might rot. But there's always an exception. There are definitely edible magical beasts. So the survivors used various methods to neutralize the toxins of less poisonous magical beasts and eat them. Of course, even then, it didn't taste good. But in any case, this was the apocalyptic North Korea. After the cataclysm, this land became a paradise for magical beasts. Cities were in ruins, and people were struggling to survive. In this wretched place, complaining about food was a luxury. When you were about to starve to death, what did taste matter? If a person starves for a few days, taste becomes irrelevant. For survival, you had to shove anything into your mouth and chew and swallow it, whether it was magical beast meat or food waste. And that was the reason why a market existed in this city, selling magical beast meat with low toxicity, special price. Over here, detoxified magical beast, prepared as minced meat, freshly picked fruits, this morning's harvest, come and get them. Barter possible, negotiation welcome. The free market was bustling as always. Anyone could freely buy and sell goods here, even without joining the alliance. The atmosphere was similar to a flea market. Hunter Kim Chul, pseudonym, who was slicing and selling freshly hunted meat on the street, clicked his tongue with a worried face. Tsk, business isn't going well. Another merchant, Kang Giho, pseudonym, replied, I agree. But what can you do? We have to sell it somehow. Hunters usually carried out requests from the bank to procure food ingredients and received rewards, and then sold the leftover meat. Kang Giho, squatting on the ground and diligently mincing meat, said, That's why I'm telling you to mince it like this and sell it. It's a bit more work, but it's effective. Kim Chul sighed and replied, It will not last for more than a day or two. If it doesn't sell in the end, it's all wasted effort. Then it all goes into your mouth. No way. This one's actually quite toxic. What? Seriously? You're a real scammer. Heh, of course, my meat is too. Grin. The two merchants exchanged sly glances. In the free market, where trickery and deception were rampant, naive villains couldn't survive. And despite all that, the most popular food ingredient in the market wasn't meat, but something else. Fruit, or spices that helped mask the unique smell of magical beast meat. The merchants who specialized in selling fruits or vegetables with strong aromas, commonly called fruit merchants, were the real executives and power brokers of the free market alliance. Business is good today like always, as expected of fruits. Fruit merchant, Mr. Park, pseudonym, stood in front of his store and smiled with satisfaction. Mr. Choi, from the store next door, nodded with an envious expression. I agree. You're truly amazing, Mr. Park. Where do you get all those fruits every time? Mr. Park grinned and looked at Mr. Choi with an arrogant expression. What's the point of asking about trade secrets? And even if I told you, you couldn't do it because it's too dangerous. Of course. Despite Mr. Park's blunt words, Mr. Choi just smacked his lips without any discomfort. First of all, only strong people could sell fruits. Hunting magical beasts, which you could easily encounter outside the city, was much easier and less dangerous than blindly searching outside for fruits whose locations were unknown. That's why only able-bodied individuals ever bothered with that profession. There was a reason why fruit merchants became executives of the alliance. If you were weak but earned a lot of money, it would be dangerous at night. You could be attacked by other villains while sleeping and have everything, including your life, taken away. But then, Mr. Park suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked somewhere. An unfamiliar face. A newcomer he had never seen before appeared in the usually leisurely and bustling morning market. Quite a few merchants bothered to remember the faces of the customers who passed by. Mr. Park was one of them, and Mr. Choi also followed his gaze, stroking his chin meaningfully. I heard a newbie came in last night. I think his name was Beru. Ah, is that him? I was a bit excited because it's been a while since we had a newcomer, but he's empty-handed. I agree. Even though the city was large, rumors spread quickly. The news about the newbie who entered the city last night had already spread to the Free Market Alliance through the guards. Even the fake name he used at the bank. It was one of the advantages of the alliance. But the rumors are true. Look, he's not completely empty-handed. He's blatantly dragging around a really expensive product. You're right. Mr. Park's eyes also sparkled, and he smirked at Mr. Choi's meaningful words. That's a real elf, right? And a fresh, live one at that. Mr. Park licked his lips as he confirmed the pointy-eared alien obediently walking beside Beru. At first, I heard he said he was a summoner, but judging from last night's incident, it must be a lie. Of course, that elf wouldn't be a summon either. He's really lucky. Where did he find such a fresh elf? Since it's not even an adult, it would have been whoever's picked it up first. The jealousy and greed that were on Mr. Choi's face just moments ago had now moved to Mr. Park. No matter how expensive fruits were, they couldn't compare to an elf. Elves were the fertilizer that Alfheim loved the most. No matter how many fruits you had, it was more profitable to catch an elf and sell it to the bank. But was there anyone in this market who didn't know that? Mr. Park's gaze subtly swept around. The eyes of all the merchants in the market were focused on Beru and Circa, with the same look as his. Is this the market? It feels quite lively. Suho and Circa were leisurely looking around. On the surface, it was the same bustling market as before, but an unspoken tension was already flowing among the merchants. The reason was none other than this. Those who don't know the market price are suckers. Newbies who just arrived in the city didn't know the market price. Customers who didn't know the value of goods were nothing more than delicious prey to merchants, especially when that newbie was still fresh, with little debt. If they played their cards right, they could clean him out, a sucker among suckers. And an elf on top of that? It's a first-come, first-served battle. Before anyone else scams that sucker, I have to. If I can just buy that elf at a bargain price, it's a jackpot. As countless greedy gazes watched Suho and Circa's every move, whoosh, a roughly made wooden sign suddenly appeared from Suho's arms, and he chose a suitably spacious and quiet spot and stuck the sign in the ground like other stall owners. A puzzled expression appeared on the faces of the market people as they saw the roughly scribbled text. Baguette? A bakery? Mr. Park muttered with narrowed eyes. Mr. Choi also tilted his head. Is he really going to sell bread? Then what about the elf? Something was strange. He had put up a sign that said baguette, but he wasn't holding any bread, or anything else for that matter. One of the merchants whispered, What is he thinking? He looks empty-handed no matter how I look at it. I agree. Is he using the elf as bait and planning to sell something else first? A strange light flickered in people's eyes. He was quite the businessman for a sucker. Newbies who just arrived in the city hadn't been away from South Korea for long, so they were likely to have belongings that were hard to find in the north. It wouldn't be too late to sell the elf even after getting rid of those first. Ah, is it a small item? Could it be cigarettes? Ah, it's cigarettes. They were certain. In cases like this, it was almost always aretes or lighters that came out of newcomers' pockets. And it goes without saying that cigarettes were a rare commodity in apocalyptic North Korea. It meant they were incredibly expensive. Of course, this was only true if the seller knew the market price. So what is it? What's he going to sell? Based on their experience, the market people focused their attention on what Beru baguette would sell. The trick here was to glance at it inconspicuously. If he knew he was being watched, he would raise the price recklessly. Is this space enough? Suho muttered as he looked around. The people's interest peaked at those words. So what is it? But then, whoosh! The market community's expression suddenly froze. Container. The moment Suho inserted the black key into his shadow, a large container suddenly appeared majestically. What is that? One of the merchants rubbed his eyes and muttered. A container? What kind of skill is that? Others also began to murmur in surprise. It was a world where they naturally thought of skills when a strange phenomenon occurred, but they had never heard of a skill that could summon a container like that. That aside, he obviously wasn't selling the container. People's minds went blank at the unrealistic sight that suddenly unfolded before their eyes, filled with anticipation. It was hard to maintain their composure any longer. My liege, the reactions are already heated. Beru chuckled beside Suho, watching the people murmuring around them. I agree, and we haven't even opened the lid yet. Suho replied with a grin. The first step to disrupting the order of this city. To do this, Suho had to move a little busily last night. First, he finished a round of iron body training for his daily quest in the Shadow Dungeon, and instead of returning to this city immediately, he briefly stopped by South Korea. Using the Shadow Key and the Shadow Exchange skill, he stopped by the nearest bakery. I'll take everything from here to there. Excuse me? No need for packaging. They'll take care of moving everything. Thud! 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 The bakery employee who was about to close the store couldn't help but be flustered at the sight of the suddenly appearing porters. It was truly a flex. Suho was quite wealthy. He had been diligently raiding dungeons for level-ups and other reasons, and the payments for the spring water of the Echo Forest, which the Scavenger Guild sold on his behalf, were also steadily deposited into the Woojin Guild's account. With this level of capital, he could easily buy an entire bakery. Actually, even a B-rank hunter could do it. But no one would do something like that if there was no need. But Suho now had a reason to do so. Clank, the moment Suho opened the container door with both hands. What the A fruit that Mr. Park was holding in his hand dropped to the ground. But nobody seemed to notice, his face full of shock, his mouth hanging open, because everyone else gathered in the market was in the same state, their eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out. What is all that? Screams of shock shook the entire market. It was absurd. The neatly arranged shelves, the dazzling array of baked goods filling them, and the crazy, stimulating smell of bread that exploded as the container opened. The sight was truly a mixture of shock, fear, and overwhelming emotion, all piled up inside the one container. And at the center of it all, Beru said with the most wicked smile, "Do you want bread? I'll give it to you if you want. I brought all the remaining stock from the bakery." As soon as he finished speaking, the market entered the era of the big bakery, and people rushed towards Beru Baguette, filled with madness, holding out their money bags. But Suho ruthlessly poured cold water on those customers. No, suckers, who came rushing with such terrifying momentum. Now let's start the auction. What? It was the moment when the balance of the free market alliance, firmly maintained by the magical beast meat and fruit merchants, crumbled. Chapter 280, Chapter 278. Suho's bakery turned the market into complete chaos. The villains scrambled to participate in his auction, throwing their money around without hesitation. I have to buy this no matter what. How long has it been since I smelled bread? Bread. A bakery in the middle of the apocalypse. It was a major event that made all the villains drool and their eyes roll back. Honestly, who would eat magical beast meat if they had a choice? They taste bad? No, it's just terrible. It's so disgusting that it makes you want to throw up, let alone evaluate its taste. Frankly, even if one peeled the shell of a capsule-type pill and poured it into one's mouth, he could lick it up more deliciously than magical beast meat. There was a reason why fruits were the best-selling food in the market. It was the same principle as taking bitter herbal medicine and quickly popping a candy into your mouth. 50 coins! 60 coins! 80 coins! Bidding prices began to soar at a terrifying rate. 100 coins, 110 coins, 150 coins. The market heated up endlessly as they competed with each other. Even as this was happening, the extremely violent and stimulating smell of bread dominated the market. The villains' hungry desires were helpless before that overwhelming scent. But it wasn't just hunger that drove them. Come what may, the people gathered here were all seasoned merchants. They were those who had been doing business with countless villains in the marketplace, so they were quick with their calculations. Let's buy it first. I have to buy this no matter what. I can just resell it at a higher price. It was a very simple calculation. No matter how much bread was in that container, it was ultimately a consumable, a limited resource that would eventually be exhausted. They instinctively recognized the value of that scarcity. The people gathered here weren't all the citizens living in the city. Rather, there were far more people from the market, so whoever bought more, regardless of the price, was the winner. They could eat it themselves, but they could also sell it at a much higher price to those who weren't here. And at that time, the price would be whatever I ask for. Now, the stage was set. All Suho had to do now was smile and watch as they shouted their bids. They said those who don't know the market price are suckers. Suho knew how they were looking at him from the beginning. It was thanks to asking the guard captain, who became a shadow soldier last night, about the city. Thanks to that, Suho already knew the exact market price before even entering the bazaar. Now who's the sucker? But what did it matter if he didn't know the market price? I can just decide the price myself. Birds of a feather flocked together. Suho and Beru's smiles were becoming more and more alike. No, maybe it had been that way for a while. Beru was the one who raised Suho after all. My liege, the plan is a great success. We've already sold half of it. Beru whispered with a devilish smile beside him, but Suho's lips curled up even more coldly as he replied, Already? There's still half left. Since there was so much bread in the container, the rate at which the auction price was rising was slowly decreasing. As this place was full of merchants, a reasonable rate was gradually being established. But Suho had saved the biggest and tastiest bread for this. Now, I'll raise the starting price of the auction to 1,000 coins. What? Mixed reactions arose among the villains. Those who succeeded in buying bread earlier by diligently raising the price were relieved, and those who were just watching to save money trembled in shock. This is price manipulation. Yes, this is too much. 1,000 coins for a piece of bread? Those who hadn't bought any bread yet protested fiercely with angry expressions. Magic instinctively surged from their clenched fists, but they had to endure. Using force in this free market was a violation of the rules. Outside, it might be different, but from the moment someone started doing business here, it was the Alliance's rule to strictly abide by the regulations of the market. The moment someone broke that order, the strongest person here would be able to kill all the merchants and monopolize all the goods. In the end, if that happened, this city would perish in the long run. And how would the last person left survive alone in this apocalypse? In the end, the The free market alliance existed in this city to prevent that. Kook, this young brat, where did he learn such wicked things? How dare you play games with food? Despite the people's protests, Suho just shrugged with a shameless expression. If you don't want to buy, you can just leave. His polite tone was extremely annoying, and not only that, Suho began to blatantly abuse his position. He glanced at the merchants who were most fiercely expressing their anger and immediately changed his words. I've changed my mind because of those men. Let's start at 1,100 coins. No, 1,200 coins since there are two of you. Ah, no, this was too much. But the villains gritted their teeth at Suho's blatant abuse of power. What could they do? If they didn't like it, they could just leave. They had to suppress the magic power surging within them. And all the people in the market glared at the two individuals Suho pointed at. Those two turned pale from those murderous gazes and hurriedly hid among the crowd. It seemed like they would have to hide for a while. Although using force was prohibited inside the market, it was very possible outside. Just you wait. No matter how much money you earn here, when we meet outside, everyone in the market inwardly gritted their teeth at Suho's tyranny. But what could they do? The auction resumed helplessly. 1,200 coins. 1,300 coins. The price of bread skyrocketed, but they were still willing to pay, thinking they could just resell it at a higher price. It was then, clank, the noisy market suddenly fell silent at the sharp metallic sound. What's that? While Suho was puzzled by the sudden change in atmosphere, the gazes of everyone in the market were focused on one place. And at the end of those stairs, Keek, Beru's eyes narrowed. A young woman was standing at the entrance to the market. She looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. A girl who looked like a high school student was carrying a giant scythe that didn't match her physique on her shoulder. That sound just now must have been the sound of the end of that large scythe touching the ground. It's the Reaper Hustle. Why is that crazy bitch here? The atmosphere in the market froze in an instant. The faces of the people, which were filled with excitement just moments ago, were now filled with fear. On the other hand, Suho's eyes sparkled. Harvester Hasul. She was one of the noteworthy figures mentioned in the information he heard from the guard captain last night. Those who specialize in harvesting the fruits of Alfheim are called reapers. Especially among them, the most famous one was that girl Hasul. Her fame had spread throughout the city, to the point where even Suho, who just arrived, could easily hear about it. There were countless villains whose heads were blown off by that giant scythe for hitting on her because she was young and pretty. Considering that this city was full of villains, it was pointless to count the number of people who lost their lives to Hasul's scythe. But apart from her cruel methods, Suho could immediately tell why she was able to become the most famous Reaper. S rank. Suho immediately recognized Hasul's level. He understood why people were so nervous just by her appearance. Clank, clonk. Hasul, as if accustomed to this silent atmosphere, slowly walked towards them. People hurriedly made way for her wherever she passed. Eventually, Hasul stood before Suho. The moment their eyes met in the air, Circa, who was beside him, muttered with sharp eyes in a language only Suho could understand. Could this human be an enforcer? If she was S rank, she was certainly capable and knew, Gatch. No one knew the identity of the enforcers, but conversely, it meant they could be hiding their identity and living among the people. But that. Suho looked in the direction Hasul's finger was pointing with a puzzled expression. Strawberry cake. How much? He didn't know about the enforcer part, but she was certainly a woman of few words. In the tense atmosphere, the Reaper Hasul was silently pointing at the strawberry cream cake displayed on the shelf, with the giant scythe that had blown off the heads of countless villains still slung over her shoulder. One strange thing was that he couldn't feel any emotion in her eyes as she looked at the strawberry cake. She looked like an unfeeling doll. Suho stared intently at Hasul and finally spoke with a firm resolve. Hey, you started it. He's crazy. Suho's shocking remark greatly agitated people. Is he really crazy? Has he lost his mind? Even if he's a newcomer to the city, does he have no sense of self-preservation? If we're this nervous, he should at least read the room. How dare he say that to Hasul? Of course, even the notorious Hasul wouldn't harm anyone in the marketplace. But what if they met outside the market? All reapers, not just Hasul, were fundamentally fast. It was impossible to climb the tall Alfheim tree, evade the attacks of the spirits, and harvest the fruits without considerable speed. This meant that if he encountered Hasul outside the city, it would be difficult to escape. But that clueless newbie, with a grin on his face, continued to speak boldly, not caring about her at all. If you want to buy the cake, participate in the auction like everyone else here. And if I don't want to, then barter. Hasul's, who had been expressionless, furrowed her brow for the first time, as if Suho's answer was unexpected. He felt a sense of satisfaction at that minute change in expression. On the other hand, the faces of the market people watching Suho and Hasul's suffocating conversation were changing by the moment. What? Bartering is also allowed? It must be a rule he just made. He's a terrible businessman. But in any case, this was a free market. It was their freedom to auction off precious items or barter. The problem was simply that the bread Suho was currently selling was an overwhelmingly rare item that was disrupting the market. In the end, the business he was doing didn't violate the logic of the free market at all. Hasul also knew this fact. Eventually, she glanced at the strawberry cake and then looked Suho straight in the eye and asked, "What do you want?" "Fruits." The market was once again in an uproar at Suho's bold request. They didn't know how many times they had been surprised today. No matter how rare pastries were here, to exchange one for the expensive fruit of Alfheim. A madman who dared to try and scam the notorious reaper Hasul appeared, and he must be completely insane. 1 cake for 1 fruit. 2 fruits for cakes with strawberries. Yes, perhaps this madman thought that he had 2 lives, or maybe that he could be resurrected even after dying.